you all to this quite long and full agenda of Angus Council. And I just want to make a couple of points. As I said earlier on, it's a very, very large agenda. I'd just like to remind colleagues, one question, one comment. Comments no longer than 3 minutes. Questions to be single questions, not the one in the past. The other thing I'd just like to say that sometimes debate gets a bit warmed up. And I would also just remind colleagues of their behaviour on this is exactly the same as in the chamber, in particular to relation towards council officers. If there are any comments regarding council officers, I would ask members to make an appointment and speak to the council officers direct, rather than bring them out at this chamber. Again, I would just like to think that if we stick to the agenda subject and not go off on sidetracks and stick to what actually the item is and not be sidetracked, and that will save a bit of time. I'd just like to also mention that Councillor Whiteside brought forward an emergency motion, but due to the length of the agenda, the number of items on, I've spoken with Councillor Whiteside, and we agreed that the item would be brought up at the next meeting in the very near future. So that will be brought forward in due course. And I'd just like to ask Councillor Whiteside if you're still in agreement to what we discussed earlier.
Thank you, Provost. And yeah, in light of the size of the agenda today, I'm happy for that to be taken to the next meeting.
Thank you very much. Thanks very much, Councillor Whiteside. Right, well, we'll crack on then with agenda item number 1. Apologies for absence.
There's no apologies today.
Thank you. Councillor Bell, you've got your hand up.
No, I was just preempting your next agenda item, please, and I was a bit trigger happy there.
Okay. Declarations. Councillor Bell, Councillor McMillan Douglas. I see that all the hands are going up when we're talking about declarations of interest. Councillor Bell.
Thank you. I'm a non-executive director of Public Health Scotland representing COSLA. I have a specific exclusion on that. I will stay in and vote on any matters that it's relevant to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor McMillan Douglas. You're muted, Councillor McMillan Douglas.
Sorry, Provost. Sorry for the delay. I've got declarations of interest for items 6, 17 and 19, which all refer directly or indirectly to Engels Court, because in order to find out details of the Forfar Leisure Centre, I had worked a year, 2 years ago very closely with Mr. Guild. And although that wouldn't have affected the way I talk or vote, it might be perceived as doing so. So I'm going to not speak at this, not vote, and withdraw from those items.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor McMillan Douglas. Councillor Nicholl. Councillor Nicholl.
Thank you very much, Provost. I declare an interest in item number 6, Engels Court. As previously, I declared an interest and left the meeting at Development Standards and full council, and I will do the same today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nicholl. Councillor Devine.
Thanks, Provost. Item 12, Report 34121. I have exclusion as a council appointed director of Angus Alive, but I'll stay and vote if necessary.
Thank you, Councillor Devine. Could I just, before the next one, say ditto to Councillor Devine, exactly the same. Councillor Braze.
Thanks, Provost. I'd like to declare an interest in items 6 and 19, report 335/21 regarding Engels Court. I've had a lot of correspondence and I've had various meetings with residents regarding this. I will stay in the room and take part in any voting if required.
Okay, Councillor Brace, thank you. Councillor Duff.
Yeah, thank you, Provost. Item 12, report 341/21, Council appointed Director of Angus Alive with a specific exclusion. I will stay in for the item and vote if necessary.
Thank you very much. Councillor Duff. Councillor Miles.
Yes, Provost, items 6 and 19, I've had numerous emails and conversations regarding this, although I've never declared any opinion one way or another, so I will continue to take part.
Thank you. Councillor Miles. Councillor Cheap.
Thank you, Provost. Yeah, exactly the same item, 6 and 19, I guess. Obviously been party to a lot of email correspondence, but nothing more than that, really. So I will stay in the virtual chamber, and I will vote on all matters concerning Engels Court.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Cheap. Councillor Duff, is that a historic hand, or are you want to speak again?
It is, thank you. Sorry about that.
All right. And you, Councillor Cheap. And Councillor Cheap, that's it. Thank you. Right, before we move on, I just want to bring to your attention the addendum to Angus Community Plan Annual Report, which is at item 5. As you members are aware, the addendum to the report number 334/21, item 5, has not been published in line with the required 3 days before the meeting. However, in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 11(1)(7), as chair of this meeting, I determined that the matter to be considered as a matter of urgency, as the addendum provides an update to the Community Plan Annual Performance Report for 2020 and 2021, which requires to be considered as part of this report today. And the second addendum to Engels Court, which is item 6. As members are aware, the addendum to report number 335/21, item 6, has not been published in line with the required 3 clear days before the meeting. However, in accordance with the provisions of the Standing Orders 11(1)(7), as chair of this meeting, I determine that the matter be considered as a matter of urgency, as the addendum concerns which option should be actioned and needs to be considered as part of the report today. We have got deputation requests, 4 of them, and the deputation request for item 6, Engels Court, there are 2 requests. There is one from Mrs. Sarah Turner in relation to item 6, and Mrs. Turner would like Angus Council to reopen Engels Court as a sheltered accommodation for the elderly. We agreed that Mrs. Turner's deputation takes place.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Colleagues, the second deputation on Engels Court is from Mr. Mark Guild on behalf of Working With You and Angus in relation to item 6 of 6 Engels Court, and his deputation is as follows. In terms of actions, we would seek Angus Council to consider our view that the options appraisal is biased. 2, to note that Guild Homes Tayside Limited offer to purchase Engels Court remains open and is not being considered in the opinions appraisal. And 3, note in terms of people and place, the opinion of the Edgell community expressed in the petition submitted to Angus Council has not been considered in the options appraisal. Are we agreed that the deputation for Mr. Gill goes ahead?
No.
Councillor McMillan, Douglas, you cannot really, you should leave the room on this one.
Provost, that's why I had my hand up. I was
Okay,
just saying I'm going to leave now if I may.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Sorry.
you. Bye.
Councillor Fairweather.
Yes, right. Thank you, Provost. Mr. Gill has spoken right on other occasions, regarding this matter. I believe we do have enough information based on the report. I don't see any reason that, and I can't see that that being changed. So, I'm going to move that we don't hear the deputation.
Have we got a signature for Councillor Fairweather's motion?
Yes, Provost. I
Yeah.
would second that motion.
Right.
Councillor King.
Thank you very much, Councillor King.
Can I point out, Provost, that if it was any member of this council who was here, we would have to declare a financial interest and withdraw. Yet here we have Mr. Guild in his deputation points out that his firm has made an offer for these premises. I believe that that is a financial interest, being very similar to the financial interests that councillors may have. And on that basis, I don't think Mr. Guild should be allowed to address the meeting further, having disclosed that his firm has placed a financial offer to the council to purchase Engels Court.
Thank you very much, Councillor King. The motion is put forward by Councillor Fairweather and seconded by Mr. Guild to withdraw and does not give a deputation. Is that agreed?
Agreed.
Therefore, Mr. Guild should be advised that he cannot make his deputation. The next deputation request is for item 7, public bodies climate change duties. There have been a deputation request from Maureen Fagan, lead respiratory specialist nurse at Angus Health and Social Care Partnership, in relation to item 7, public bodies climate change duties. And she wants us to consider the deputation request from Mrs. Maureen Fagan. Do we agree that her deputation goes ahead?
Agreed.
Agreed.
The next deputation request is from Mr. Tom O'Brien and Ms. Patricia Small to speak on behalf of the Short Life Working Group, who were asked to compile a menu of participatory budgeting applications for approval of council. Are we agreed that that deputation takes place?
Agreed.
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 Provost.
Yep.
As a matter of order of business, can I suggest that we hear the deputations immediately prior to each item, so that they are fresh in our minds when we're considering the item?
Councillor King, thank you for that. Yeah, that's what we're trying to do.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, if we can then move on then to item 3, the minutes of councils and committees.
Provost, need to advise the members to come back in.
Oh, I beg your pardon. We just got to Councillor McMillan, Douglas and Co to come back in. Just a wee while.
Provost, excuse me, I'm aware that Dr. Fagan has got appointments this afternoon, and she could speak because it's so early, because you made it a 1 o'clock start. Otherwise, I think it's going to be really difficult for her. I don't think she'll take very long, and I don't think there'll be many questions, but I really I think it'll be difficult for her otherwise.
Provost, and in that situation, can we take
Item
that
7.
item immediately
Yeah,
and allow
Just wait.
the lady to get away?
yeah, we'll do that, Councillor King. Thank you for that. But just wait until we get the people back in.
That's them both back in.
Item 7. Yeah. Okay.
Provost,
Is them back?
the lady's not in the meeting yet, so
Yeah.
maybe.
Okay. Dr. Fagan is not in the meeting yet, so we're just going to have to wait till she does. But once she's arrived, we'll move item 7 forward to let her get through. So we'll just carry on with the minutes at the moment. And the item 3, minutes of council meetings.
Members agreed that will take.
I take it that you agree to what I suggested, that we let Dr. Fagan speak and bring item 7 forward. Is that agreed? As I say, to get back to item 3, the minutes of the council and committees, the Angus Council, 9th of September, the adjourned meeting on the 7th and the adjourned meeting on the 24th. Is that approved?
Agreed.
Okay.
Agreed.
And minutes of committees, as you can see there, policy and resources, development management, civic licensing, children and learning, scrutiny and audit, committees, special policy, resources and development standards. These are all for noting.
Agreed.
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 Okay.
Provost, that's Mrs. Maureen Fagan in the
Okay. Right, colleagues, I am reliably informed that Dr. Fagan is now in the chamber. So, as you'd agreed, we will move item 7 forward to give you speak. Right, Dr. Fagan, you've got 10 minutes in which to speak, and then maybe I'll be asked questions at the end. The questions will only be on the subject of which you're speaking. Dr. Fagan, thank you.
Thank you, and speak today. I think you've given me a promotion because my title is not actually Dr. Fagan. I'm Mrs. Fagan, and I am lead respiratory specialist nurse for Angus Health and Social Care Partnership, also lead clinician for NHS Tayside's respiratory managed clinical network, and I'm speaking today on behalf of Greener Practice Tayside and Fife Group. If it's okay, is just to share my screen with you, am I able to do that? To allow.
I need to say I was the
Does it give me permissions to do that? No.
It's Fagan. If you just bear with us a moment till we make the arrangements for you to share your screen.
Okay, thank you.
Please bear with us while the clerks are getting the techno sorted out.
I just thought it would probably be easy. I've just got a few slides that highlight some key points.
It's okay. Our clerks are trying to sort it out for you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry if I over promoted you, Mrs. Fagan. I was going by what Councillor Devine had said.
That was my fault, sorry.
No problem. And there is a shortage of GPs. It would be very handy if I did have that title, I'm sure, just now, but yeah, I'll stick with being a respiratory nurse.
But do you have the handwriting?
Not as bad.
Set at 51. Could Mrs. Fagan try that now, Provost?
Could you try it now, Mrs. Fagan? I'm reliably informed that it's been set up for you.
You can see. No, I don't know that this is going to work. Doesn't seem to. No, it's still telling me only presenters could share. Look, I think in the interest of time, what I will do, I'm happy just to talk to the item and I can share the
That's
slides.
absolutely fine. That's absolutely fine. You crack on, Mrs. Fagan. Your time starts now.
So what I wanted to do is really highlight the diagram. I'm not sure if many of you are aware of the wider determinants of health and the impact that climate change has on health. I think the timing is right for us to consider this with COP26 taking place just currently in our country. But really, as well as an individual's genetics and their sex and age having an impact on their health, there are wider social and community influences that impact on their health, and wider than that, general socioeconomic things like housing, agriculture and food, environment, their work environment, employment, water and sanitation, and housing that also impact on their health. These are known as the wider determinants of health, and as well as healthcare provision. But it's argued that the wider determinants of health are actually more important on health than actually provision of health services, which really focus on disease. And climate change affects all of these, both at a macro level and a micro level. So we all are aware of the impact of extreme weather as a result of the temperatures rising. And this is causing extreme weather events, increasingly floods, heat waves, wildfires. And even in Scotland, the weather has been changing over this last century. And this directly causes injury and fatalities to individuals, but also because of flooding and stagnant water, there's an increase of infectious diseases, especially gastric and intestinal diseases. It can result in displacement for individuals so that their access to housing, healthcare and education and employment are affected. Leads to loss of earnings, both individual and also from an industry point of view. So things like fishing and agriculture may not be able to, people might not be able to work outside, and these are affected by climate change. This then leads to food insecurity, and availability, the quality and price of food is affected, and then also mental health impacts of these extreme weather events, both from the events themselves, but also climate anxiety. And finally, and probably most importantly of all, the impact of health on air pollution. So we know that the temperature rising, the ozone layer is thinning, and the air pollution is a growing problem. It's probably our biggest problem in health really at the moment. Some of the figures I wanted to share with you, that globally 16% of all deaths, and that's 7 million annually, are related to air pollution. And it's predicted to be the leading cause of global mortality by the year 2022. And so in context, we're talking 7 million by 2022. In 2020, there were 4.5 million COVID deaths, which was excessive, but 7 million is even worse. In the UK, this extrapolates to 40,000 deaths a year. In Scotland, 4,000 deaths a year. In other words, 330 deaths a month. Most air pollution in the UK is due to vehicular traffic. And it's estimated that for every 1 mile driven in a built-up area, 3.5 minutes of life are lost due to the effects of air pollution. We know from studies that it's linked to worsening of existing heart and lung disease, flare-up of asthma, COPD. It also worsens, causes an increase of heart attacks, stroke, the blood clots that are associated with having to have lower limbs amputated. It's linked to worsening of existing diseases, diabetes, dementia, and also cancer. it's shown to increase hospital admissions on the days where pollution exceeds the legal limits. And there's a very recent study being published by Dundee University and NHS TESA that makes that very clear. And the most deprived people in our communities, children, pregnant women, unborn babies, are at most risk of air pollution. So to put it in perspective, 40,000 deaths a year from air pollution. It's 10 times the number of deaths from car crashes, which account for 101 deaths a year, 7 times more than drug deaths, which are 5,546 in the UK, and it's 52 times the number of murders in the UK. And I think when we put it in context like that, I think we're right to know, well, you know, what more can be done? We should be doing more about this. And what the paper that was written really highlights some of the facts around the links between climate change and health, but some of the opportunities that we can make a difference. And what I wanted to speak to you today about is the opportunities we have to make a positive impact both on the climate and health. And things that we support very much the move to create low emission zones where necessary to reduce harm from exposure to the silent killer that is air pollution. We advocate having air pollution monitors outside, mandatory on every school in Scotland, in Angus. We don't know how many children's health is being damaged by pollution, but their lungs are small, they're developing, they are very susceptible to bringing in noxious fumes. And when there's cars idling outside a school, producing pollution, that's a real significant problem. So exclusion zones that are happening and tested around schools are really welcomed. Now, idling is an offence under Section 42 of the Road Traffic Act 1988, and we propose that it should be enforced by traffic wardens with tickets issued, because 1 minute of idling produces enough noxious gases to fill 150 balloons. So the creation or the increase in electric vehicles is welcome, and although electric vehicles also have some particles that can cause harmful gases, it's not in any way close to those that are released by petrol and diesel cars. So having national schemes to extend, making more chargers available for electric vehicles would be welcome. Looking at where we can increase these electric charging points, especially overnight, perhaps industrial estates where no one's parking. And this then allows people who wouldn't have a garage, wouldn't have anywhere to charge their electric vehicle in, to think about it. And also would encourage people to walk to the car park where the car is parked, having the effect of increasing their physical activity.
2 minutes, Mr. Regan. 2 minutes left.
We propose moving speed bumps, because the braking and increasing that's associated with speed bumps is actually harmful, and replacing that with 20-mile-a-minute zones would be preferential. It's crucial that housing developments, new roads are not put through housing developments, splitting up houses, because what happens is, again, it's increasing people to the silent killer, but also in looking at advantage, social housing tends to be closer to main roads, with the more expensive houses most further away. And people who are more at risk of the effects of car pollution are the less likely to have cars. So they're being exposed to the cars that are being driven by other people. We absolutely commend the work that's been done on housing and making houses more energy efficient, better insulated, because we know that cold houses are linked with an increase in cardiovascular disease, respiratory illness, falls, hip fractures, and poor health. And making sure that green space is available, the active travel projects, all of these things are really important in order to ensure that we can increase the people's activity levels, which is absolutely fundamental to preventing poor health. Physical inactivity kills people every 15 minutes in the UK, and the evidence about the health benefits are unequivocal. There's no pill that has the impact on health that exercise does. So I think in conclusion, really, I think there's an opportunity for us through increased partnership working. We have responsibility as health professionals to highlight these links to you, but the power lies in the hands of the councillors to make decisions around the wider determinants that will benefit our population in Angus.
Ms. Fagan, that's your 10 minutes gone. I'm sorry, I have to stop you there. I take it that you are speaking there as a health professional. It's not your sort of personal thing. The reason I say this, I suffer from a chronic chest condition, bronchiectasis, and I fully understand where you're coming from. We've now got some questions. I've got, first of all, Councillor Bell, who would like to speak. Ask a question.
Thank you, and thank you, Mrs. Fagan. I suppose I should have declared an interest in that I'm also an elected member on the IGB.
We've got, first of all, Councillor Bell, who would like to speak. Ask a question.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Sorry, I'm getting feedback. Is it my question?
We've just had a wee bit of a, I don't know, a nonsense in the gizmos, but carry on, Councillor Bell. You asked the question. Please carry on.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I don't think my declaration of interest is a conflict in this case. So thank you, Reen, for coming along today. You'll have missed my other declaration, which is that I'm a member on the board of Public Health Scotland. So I just wanted to pick up on a comment you made about not knowing how many children might be affected, and if there's work that you could link in with Public Health Scotland around those data gaps, because all of those issues are public health issues concerned.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you for your question. Mrs. Fagan, can you answer that?
Yes, no, thank you for that. I think you're right. I think the issue about not knowing how many people, children are affected by air pollution is because we don't know how many schools are situated near main roads and what there isn't emissions monitors outside schools. So it's one of the things that I think as a greener practice group would advocate, is that having these monitors outside schools would give us an indication of where that noxious gases are affecting children in the playgrounds at schools. At the moment, I don't believe that Public Health Scotland has that information.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Devine.
Well, just to pick up on that point, Maureen, there have been pilot studies done, or other schemes outside schools, and SEPA has been doing monitoring of air pollution, and it is definitely going down, which is really good news. So it's clear that it is beneficial not to have cars right round schools, obviously. But my question really is, we have, at the moment, we've got a member officer group on climate change, and that's going to kind of transmogrify itself into a steering group soon, and that's in number 8, item 8. Do you think it would be useful to have a representative from the Angus Health and Social Care Partnership sitting on that steering group?
I think it could be, because I'm not really clear, to be honest, the whole climate change and health links, the time, and this is the first time as groups, the Greener Health Fife and TASA group have come together. It's an area that is growing in its interest. It's not conversations we've been having around the table in health, particularly in respiratory disease. There's very clear links between air pollution and respiratory disease, but the wider health issues probably haven't had, the focus hasn't been around air pollution that per se, because I think, as I said before, the focus within health is very much on treating disease and trying to prevent the underlying causes, but air pollution is not something that's within the gifts of health services. So I think any joint working, if you've got a climate change group that links with health, would be really welcome. And it is a starting point. I'm not sure who the right people would be, but I absolutely would commend closer joint working, really to talk about these things, get them out in the open, because we know that there's an increased burden of ill health and demographics are changing. If we can prevent ill health by reducing air pollution, but increasing activity, mainly the shared spaces, the active travel, and making sure that we're all on the same page around that, that's really going to benefit and protect the health of the population.
Okay,
Thank you
very much for that. Thank you very much for that. We've now got Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Provost, and thank you, Mrs. Fagan, for a very interesting presentation. I've just got two quick questions for you. You said about how air pollution has deteriorated. To what effect on the figures has the change from recording PM10s down to PM5s and down to PM2.5s had? Because it's easy to say, well, it's deteriorated, but if you're checking smaller things, then you're going to pick up more. And the other question is, you talked about removing speed bumps and making 20-mile-an-hour zones. We've got a number of 20-mile-an-hour zones. I live just outside one, and the abuse of them from professional drivers and domestic drivers is horrendous. And I'm just wondering how you expect us to police that, because Police Scotland will not police the 20-mile-an-hour zones.
I think
these can answer the second one, but go on, Mrs. Fagan.
I think these are, to be honest, the question around the detail that you've asked for, I'm not able to answer. But what we have done is in the paper, that the open letter that went from the group, there are a number of evidence sources there that I have to say, I am not an expert on climate change. I am a respiratory nurse, and we know that there is very clear evidence when the air pollution is not, when the quality of air is not good, it impacts on hospital admissions. That's very, very clear recent evidence that I can share with the council. Again, it's not easy. None of this is easy. If it was, we wouldn't have a COP26 climate summit that was going on to try and get to the heart of this. But I think the main thing is if we all can do a little bit to try and improve our environment, it's going to have a more positive impact on air quality, because I don't think there is any doubt that although emissions are going down in some areas, as a whole, the ozone layer is thinning and the air pollution is increasing. It is becoming more of a problem. That's why we need to reduce greenhouse gases. Yep. I'm sorry I can't answer the level of detail you're perhaps looking for, but if I can, if we can direct you to the Tayside and 5 Greener Healthcare Group, the resources and the letter there, be happy to forward any questions and get those answers for you if I can.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mrs. Fagan. Just before we go on, and just for the record, so as we have the right documentation, can you clarify that you are speaking on behalf of the Greener Practice Tayside and 5 Group?
I am.
Okay, that's smashing. Just for your clerks can note that. Right, Councillor Speed, one question. Okay, carry on.
Yeah, sorry, it took a while to come off mute. Thank you, Provost, and thank you to Mrs. Fagan. I really thank you for your presentation, and it's kind of music to my ears to hear your kind of call for greater partnership working between the council and the Health and Social Care Partnership in Angus. I think this would be a really positive way forward. Some of the stats that you touched on today were, it was uncomfortable to listen to, as it should, given some of the stark impacts that our environment and climate change has on our health. You talked about housing and kind of travel and reducing kind of car emissions. What are your thoughts around kind of increasing the active travel infrastructure within Angus, and what do you feel the Health and Social Care Partnership could do to support that change?
Well, I'm a respiratory nurse, and I'm speaking really on behalf of the network to highlight some of the issues and the links between poor health and climate change. I think the active travel, the plans for our growth plans are really to be commended. I mean, that's the type of approach that we really need to encourage individuals to have safer cycling, wheeling, running, walking without being, having to dodge cars and be exposed to as much pollution. And the health and social care partnerships have a very close working relationship with Angus Alive. Being able to, I hear from patients, we have a very successful pulmonary rehabilitation group where we start off this twice a week exercise class and try and refer them on to maintenance at the health centres. There is no pill that does for health, for disease, what exercise does. But some of the things that we get told is that, we haven't got a car, it's not on a bus route, it's too expensive, it's these. So there are joint working that we can do as a health and social care partnership with our Angus Council leisure facilities that to try and work out solutions for that. So I would really, really like to see closer working on these type of agendas to try and come up with closer, more practical solutions.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Mrs. Fagan. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you very much. Because of the speed. Are there any other questions from Mrs. Fagan? Okay. Mrs. Fagan, I'd just like to thank you for your excellent presentation. As I said to you at the beginning, I suffer from bronchiectasis. I am the Vice Chair of the Tayside Bronchiectasis Support Group. And just for some of the answers you gave some of my colleagues, I'd be grateful. Maybe you can get in touch with me later and I can maybe try and get you integrated into that, to come and speak to that group, because I think they would welcome your presentation.
I'd be very pleased to do that. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much. Councillor Sturrock, is that a new hand, is it? Or an old one?
Yes, Provost. I thought you were actually going to go into comments.
I just have a comment. It's only questions.
Thank you for the
only questions. But if you've got a question, go on and ask it, and then we'll.
No, it's a comment.
Well,
thank you for the. Can I go now, Ronnie? Thank you, Mrs. Fagan, for the presentation. As someone who suffers has suppressed immune system in the respiratory front, the talk on the air is the quality is of immense importance to me. But I had what you were actually saying during your narrative, but I get the impression that you actually had a sort of PowerPoint presentation to give to us. Would it be in order for me to receive that, just so I can follow what you were saying?
Yeah, absolutely. I can email that to the.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Sent me the link for circulating to anybody who's interested in the statistics.
Well, I think that would be good if you could put it around to council members. Thank you very much for your question there about the PowerPoint, Councillor Sturrock.
Thanks for your time.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Fagan. Colleagues, we'll now move on, which just deals with what Mrs. Fagan's been talking about. And that is the public bodies climate change and the Angus Council annual report. Now, I don't know if Kellyanne Dempsey, one of our officers who leads on that, wants to say anything. Kellyanne? Okay, no. Okay, well, I'll ask Councillor Ian McLaren, who's the convener, to speak on it, and then after that, I'll open up to questions and comments. Okay, Councillor McLaren.
Thank you, Provost. I welcome this report, and I'm very pleased to see that we are continuing to reduce our carbon emissions and adapting to a changing climate by managing flood risk, water quality, and green space enhancement, and continue to act and encourage sustainability. The fact we have reduced our overall carbon emissions by over 50% in the past 8 years is an amazing achievement. Our household recycling figures are also something we should be incredibly proud of, achieving the second highest in Scotland, showing how we as a local authority and a community are embracing this challenge. But more can be done. and I'm pleased to see in our capital plan that we are investing in more photovoltaic panels on buildings and piloting battery storage in housing projects, and of course the progress on the Arbroath flood prevention scheme. This is a very timely report given the hosting of the COP26 in Glasgow this week, and well done to all involved. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you very much, Councillor McLaren, for that wee report. Questions on the report, please? Any questions? Any comments? Thank you very much. I've got Councillor Bell and I've got Councillor Hands. Councillor Bell.
Thank you very much, Provost. Yeah, I too welcome this report, and I guess I'm looking forward to the Out 6 as much as everyone. And I just wanted to highlight the importance of our blue and green spaces in our living and working environments. I guess one of the of COVID that we've seen manifest itself is people using the outdoor environment to a great that dipped away in the second wave, but there has been research done through the Medical Research Council Chief Scientist Office and Social and Public Health Sciences Unit at the University of Glasgow that shows there are sharp inequalities in visiting green and this spring, and that's worrying because there is a definite mental health benefit around using outdoor space. So I guess I just highlight the importance of the public health elements in climate change, just as we've heard from our previous speaker, and just how valuable this is to have it integrated in all that we do, you know, from health services, from planning our housing estate, from our town planning perspectives as well, and just how vital it is to integrate this in our education system as well, and particularly around food and sustainability and short supply chains. So it's absolutely integrated, and I was for the work that they've done on this so far. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bell. That's what it needs. Next speaker, please, Councillor Hands.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. Yeah, I welcome the report as well. However, I do want to draw some attention to the issue of waste management and the figures and the interaction between public bodies reducing their CO2 emissions versus the consequences of decisions for private members, because ultimately the ozone layer is going to get thinner and thinner regardless of who the source is. So in terms of waste management, in my ward, we were promised an alternative to up to 40-mile round trips for to get rid of waste, and that still hasn't been resolved a year or more since. So we've got unnecessary additional vehicle travel for that to be happening. But also in terms of the percentage used I think what we also need to be focusing on as well is looking at year on year and the tonnage of waste, of how long the journey is to get there, because that's one element of it. Because surely we should be focusing on an education programme plus dealing with the manufacturers to try and reduce the amount of waste in the first instance.
Is that you finished? You've gone on mute, Councillor Hunt.
Finished.
Sorry. Okay. Thanks very much for your comments there. Thought-provoking stuff, and quite right too. Councillor King.
Yes, Provost. It's not a comment about the content of the report, it's a comment about the presentation of the report. And unfortunately, I've just lost the bit I was looking for, so if you can excuse me while I try and find it again. But it's about the practice of just copying and pasting documents which are absolutely massive. We have a document in the bottom of the report. It's multicoloured. I'm just trying to get back onto it now, having lost it. But I had it to reduce on a screen which is twice the size of the normal screen by to 20%, at which point the document became illegible. This is just not acceptable.
Okay.
As I say, I was trying to find the page that I was on, but I can't find it. I'll have to go back and look for it. Please, when we're doing these reports, which are meant to be read on A4, let's not have pieces of paper which can't even be read on a screen which is 20 inches by 12 inches. I have to reduce to 20% on a screen, 20 inches by 12 inches. If I actually look at my Surface Pro, it's 12 inches by about 7 inches. Utterly ridiculous.
Yeah, Councillor King, I know what you're. I know the page. I know what you're talking about, and I take your point, and that message will be passed on. And thank you. Okay. Next one, Councillor Whiteside.
Thanks, Provost. My point is hands, but I'm just slightly uncomfortable about the focus on percentage of recycling, because I don't think it tells the full picture. If we all had full curbside recycling bins full of single-use plastics, that is not really the solution we're looking for. And I'd like to see a focus on reusable items. Now, I know we've touched on that in the free period campaign, which is absolutely fantastic, but I'd like to see that spread out as far as possible in the council. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Councillor Whiteside. We had Mr. Balfour, I think, wanted to respond. And we
Thanks, Provost. It was just to respond to Councillor King. We do acknowledge that the document is very small. It's a Scottish Government template that we've tried very, very hard to make as readable as possible. We couldn't do that, which is why we also provided the further appendix, which is an easy read option. We have talked to the government about that, and we hope that next year there will be a far better template. Thank you.
Okay. Can I just come back on that, please, Provost?
Yeah, please.
If we cannot read it, then don't put it in the report. Give us the summary. We've got a lot of time we have to spend reading reports and having documents which we can't read. And we have got to fiddle about and enlarge them, and I can only read part of them. It's very time consuming. I expect officers to present these reports in a format which can be read on A4 paper.
Okay, thanks very much for that. And I'm sure that's been taken cognizance of. Mrs. Smith, Alison Smith, I think you had your hand up.
No, Gavin's actually covered the same point I was going to make.
Right, no bother. Thank you. Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Provost. Yes, it's a very interesting report. It's good news. We can always do better, and I hope that we will. There are areas where I think we have to start looking. We've talked about tourism. We've talked about people coming to visit and stay. But, there's things like Airbnb, where somebody will come in for 1 or 2 days, they chuck their rubbish in the bin. They're not from round here, so they don't give the same credence to recycling that we do. And I think we have to look at how we address the issues like these. In the main, it is a very good report. However, it's got to be, improved on. Nothing's perfect. We can always make it better.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Councillor Moore. Are there any other comments?
Yes.
Sorry, and Glid, I thought you were in Portugal, but obviously.
Unfortunately, I'm here now. I'm sorry, I have to take exception to what Councillor Moore said there about Airbnb and holiday lets. I have in each of our folders of every guest coming here that we are the second in Scotland. We used to be first, but we're now second in Scotland for our recycling rates. So I make it perfectly clear to everyone that they put everything unbagged in the purple and bagged in the purple and unbagged in the, and that we are fantastic at doing it because we don't have 3 or 4 different boxes like other different councils in Angus. So I don't think there's not much room for improvement. Yes, we could maybe we could get Alison Smith to make sure that all other Airbnb and hotels and restaurants and B&Bs are doing such a good job as I'm doing myself. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Boyd. I'm sure the message will get out. Thank you. We've got Councillor Speed, or was that a historic hand, Councillor Speed?
Provost, no, it was just with Councillor Moore's statement that people from not round here coming into Angus don't care the way we do. You know, I think we have many visitors and tourists that come here and respect our beautiful landscape. So I think we need to keep encouraging everybody to keep up with good environmental habits.
Absolutely right, and I think that we probably by and large get past that. Are there any other comments? Okay, there'll be no further comments. Other recommendations set out in paragraph 1, agreed. Have we agreed?
Agreed.
Agreed. Right. We'll return to the agenda because we haven't got our next speakers yet. So we are now going back to item 4 on the agenda, which is appointments committee memberships. And with reference to Article 9 of the minute of Angus Council on the 9th of September, the Council is asked, in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 49.2, to note that due to changes due to political balance, the administration is required to appoint 1 member and the SNP to remove 1 member. And the Council is asked to note the appointment of Councillor Salmond and Councillor Whiteside to the appointment subcommittee, and note the removal of Councillors Bell and Devine. Okay, and then the other one for noting the appointments of the subcommittee membership is as follows: it's Councillor Fairweather, Councillor McMillan Douglas, Councillor Salmond, Councillor Duff, Councillor Whiteside, and Councillor Boyd, and that's all for noting. Paragraph B, Children and Learning Committee, Vice Convener, with reference to Article 9 of the minute of Angus Council of the 9th September, the Council is asked, in accordance with the provisions of the Standing Order 7.4, to appoint a Vice Convener for the Children and Learning Committee, with election being held in accordance with Standing Order number 6(3). Nominations. Councillor Fairweather.
Thank you, Provost. I'll move Councillor Colin Brown. Councillor Brown has been obviously the Deputy Provost. He's been the Vice Convener of Neighbourhood Services in the past. He has close links to education. I believe he is ideal for this particular job. So I nominate Councillor Colin Brown.
Okay, second it, please.
I'll second that.
Councillor McMillan Douglas. Seconded by Councillor McMillan Douglas. Councillor Laurie.
Thank you, Provost. I'd like to nominate Councillor Speed. Councillor Speed has held the post for the majority of the current council term, and I think it's particularly important as we come out of the pandemic for our pupils and young people that the vice convenership's appointed not on the grounds of political loyalty to the leadership, but rather based on knowledge and experience. So with that in mind, I'm nominating Councillor Speed.
Thank you very much, Councillor Laurie. Councillor Whiteside.
Thanks, Provost. Councillor Rory got in there just before me. I was just going to say that this is an important position, and although it is the administration's right to appoint someone to the role, I think it is important to consider putting someone in place who has got the time and energy to fill the duties. So I would second Councillor Laurie's.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Councillor Whiteside. Councillor Cheap.
Yeah, sorry, I was just going to come in. Councillor Whiteside just preempted me that I was about to second Councillor Speed for exactly the reasons so eloquently put by Councillor Laurie. The fact that Councillor Speed was in this role for most of this term of the council. It makes complete sense for her, also with her caring attitude and her interest in the welfare of children, and particularly with children with additional support needs, which is an increasingly important part of education nowadays. And I think really good, actually, as we've got 2 nominations to hear from each of the candidates for a minute or two, I think, to see who's the best one for it.
Thank you.
And I really don't think we should be shaking their head on that, because we've seen that so many times before from you, Councillor Fairweather.
Sorry, Councillor Boyd. You're muted.
There we go. Yes, sorry, I too would like to agree with what Councillor Whiteside and Councillor Cheap have said. I've reiterated this for 10 years being a councillor and said it many a time, the right people for the right jobs. It shouldn't be because of politics or petty party politics, as the case may be. At least I've kept that consistent message over the term. And I certainly think that Councillor Cheap was absolutely right. Let's hear what they say so that we can then in turn find out what they do have to offer, because if not, it'll be seen as the usual, the comment made by the leader on many occasions when he's in opposition, jobs for the boys. So I do wish to actually hear what the other two would like to say, and let's see who's the right person for the job at this very important time within children and learning. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Boyd. We've got 2 nominations. Clerks, would you like to go to the vote?
Provost, prior to the vote, could I just confirm who seconded Councillor Fairweather's motion?
Councillor McMillan Douglas.
Councillor McMillan Douglas.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And it was Councillor and Councillor Whiteside. Yeah.
That's fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Right. Okay. Fiona.
Okay, so Provost, the motion by Councillor Fairweather, seconded by Councillor McMillan Douglas, that Councillor Brown is appointed as the Vice Convener of the Children and Learning Committee. The amendment by Councillor Laurie, seconded by Councillor Whiteside, is that Councillor Speed be appointed as the Vice Convener of the Children and Learning Committee. Please vote motion or amendment.
I just noticed Councillor hand has gone up, and I don't know whether that's been delayed before we go to the vote.
You must continue.
Yeah.
Right, I've begun the vote, so we'll carry on. Thank you. Right.
Provost.
Motion.
Deputy Provost.
Motion.
Bell.
Amendment.
Councillor Boyd.
Amendment.
Councillor Breeze.
Amendment.
Councillor Brown. Councillor Brown.
Motion. It's live.
Councillor Cheap.
Amendment.
Councillor Davey.
Motion.
Councillor Devine.
Amendment.
Councillor Duff.
Amendment.
Amendment.
Councillor Fairweather.
Motion.
Councillor Hand.
Amendment, and I'd like my dissent recorded because we never got a chance to hear the candidates.
Agreed.
Councillor King.
Amendment.
Councillor Laurie.
Amendment.
Councillor Longear.
Motion.
Councillor Douglas.
Sorry, motion.
Councillor McDonald.
Amendment.
Councillor McClaren.
Motion.
Councillor Moore.
Motion.
Councillor Miles.
Motion.
Councillor Nicholl.
Motion.
Councillor Salmond,
Motion.
Councillor Speed,
Amendment.
Councillor Stewart,
Motion.
Councillor Sturrock,
Motion.
Councillor Wan,
Motion.
Councillor Whiteside.
Amendment.
Provost, the motion is carried by 15 votes to 13. Councillor Brown is appointed as Vice Convener.
All right, colleagues, the motion be carried 15 votes to 13 and Councillor Brown is the appointed the convener. Thank you.
Provost, could I just clarify regarding Councillor Hand's point that we would now just take that she's recorded her dissent. I know she said
Councillor Hand's recorded a dissent. Councillor, keep your hand stopped.
Mine was to record my dissent as well, seeing as we weren't afforded the opportunity for the debate.
Thank you for that, and Councillor.
Thank you. If you record that, thank you, Ronnie.
That's fine, no bother. Thank you very much. Right, we can now move on to the Ian McIntosh Memorial Trust, formerly the Montrose Air Station Museum Trust. Now, Councillor Sturrock has resigned as a trustee for the Memorial Trust, and the council are accordingly asked to fill the vacancy. Now, we checked to see if it was a Montrose councillor, because no Montrose councillors were forthcoming for that. It can come across from across the council. I'm quite happy to volunteer to fill that post, in as much as I've got quite an extensive knowledge in museums, and I also have worked with Dr. Dan Payton on numerous occasions. So I'm quite happy to fill that post if the council. Is that agreed?
Agreed.
Agreed. Right. We'll now move on to Angus, item 5, Angus Community Plan, the annual report for 2020-21. And I'd like to get our Chief Executive to introduce the report, and then the Leader of the Administration to speak thereafter. Mrs. Williamson.
Thank you, Provost. I'm very proud to be chair of the Angus Community Planning Partnership, and the past 20 months have been times that have been unlike anything we've ever known. And in addition to the things we normally do, the business as usual stuff, we've led a comprehensive response to COVID-19. This has included Test and Protect, the coordination of the vaccination centres, and additional care for people. The care for people has been at the heart of much of the activity, and as a consequence of us all working together, we've supported and helped all those in the county that needed it. I think it's important to realise that this is a very live issue. We're in a pretty critical situation at the moment. There are concurrent risks of winter. We've got staff in the partnership, including in our own Angus Council, who are exhausted. I have got staff going into schools where there's absence of children, absence of other staff. I've got staff who are working double shifts, and I've got staff who are taking holidays and then continuing to work. We heard today that the numbers in hospital are going up, and I'm very conscious that people are working way more than they should be working. I think it's easy in this chamber to forget what we're dealing with in terms of the pandemic and delivering services, additional to the normal day job. This performance report and addendum outlines our progresses from June 2020 to July 2021. Our successes, of which there are many, are seeing people working, doing their job and their job description as a way of managing a situation that's quite difficult, and they see their job description as the floor as opposed to the ceiling, and they're working way beyond that. I'm happy to take any questions on this report, but before I do so, as you said, Provost, the leaders wanting to talk about some of the things that are inside the report.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Williamson. Councillor Fairweather.
Thank you, Provost, and thank you, Chief Exec. Since I became the leader of the council, I've been a member of the Angus Community Planning Partnership Board. It is one of the best meetings that I attend every quarter. The partnership, comprising of all public sector agencies and the VAA, they do a fantastic job. And it's built on strong relationships they have created to deliver for the people of Angus. Last week, for example, we had an amazing look into the future from Mark Davidson, leading the Mercury programme, the Council's Mercury programme, as a private-public partnership as part of the Tay-Cities deal. The areas, clean growth, agri-tech and low carbon, are beginning to develop and are set to include drones flying over offshore wind farms and taking medical supplies from the port to Ninewells Hospital. The innovative farming work that has been explored will reduce waste and ensure we meet climate aspirations. Just yesterday, as you'll probably have seen in the press, we had the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding with Crown Estate Scotland for the zero waste site, the 04 site in Montrose. We also had an enthusiastic presentation by the first tenant, and that was Richard Stark, about drone technology and the way forward. Exciting times, but this is not only for Montrose, this will be for the whole of Angus. Our community plan has 3 clear priorities: reduce child poverty, improve mental health and well-being, and improve accessibility and connectivity. In this report, we see progress in all these crucial areas. This year, 800 home safety visits were carried out, with 40 hard of hearing alarms installed as a result of those visits. Between January and May this year, 1,285 shifts centres were covered by 1,474 volunteers. Community CAFs have got back up and running and are supporting the most vulnerable with a range of activities, including loneliness and isolation. And much as we get irritated by the disruptions, we see more and more with households in Angus with better connectivity and broadband width. We have seen the launch of a number of partnership strategies to support the offer to our communities. If I could pick one in particular, success, social prescribers in our health centres at this time are making significant difference to the pressures people under as a result of this pandemic. Officers are here today to answer any questions, and I thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Councillor Further. Bang on 3 minutes. Councillor Hans, is that a question?
Sorry, Provost, it's a legacy hand.
That's okay, don't worry. Councillor Bell, and then Councillor Devine.
Thank you, Provost, and I'd like to thank Margot for presenting this paper, and I totally take on board her points around how stretched our people are, and I think, to be fair, that's something that I'm certainly seeing across many different groups of people. And I'm wondering, you know, just the impact of removing that £20 uplift of universal credit will deepen the child poverty issues rather than working with us to address them. But I wondered, I'm going on to my question. My question is, and I support the comments made about the social prescribers as a board member of VAA. Are there any emerging ideas coming from this work that will allow us to look back into people's lives while we're dealing with this still awful pandemic, bearing in mind that our employees are also people who are using our services, and there's a huge overlap in the community? I'm just really concerned around people reaching a breaking point, and just maybe when there's light at the end of the tunnel, at the other side of winter, people are just going to be too exhausted to live and thrive in our communities. It really worries me. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Councillor Bell. Ms Williamson or any of the team to answer Councillor Bell's question?
I'm happy to respond, Provost, and thanks, Councillor Bell, for your comments. Well, there's lots of sparks. I mean, you can see that with the case studies that are in the Community Planning Partnership Plan. And everyone who's involved in these is very proud of the work that they do. I guess there's a concern that we're at November and we've got concurrent risks around winter weather, normal absence. You're aware of people getting very heavy colds and flu, and we're monitoring absence very, very closely. But I think, like Councillor Fairweather said, one of the great things about the Community Planning Partnership is we've got really good relationships there with the voluntary sector as well as the different agencies that work in Angus. So we're strong and we hold well together. And I also know that within the council, the different leaders, the leadership forum, the middle managers forum, they're all working really hard to lead and support members of staff who are either isolating or are just working way above what they should be, and actually sometimes trying to stop them from working because they're trying to do a good job. So we are supporting each other, and we're making sure the business as usual work gets done. Sometimes it's not as done as well as it should be or would be in normal times, but our priority has got to be on care for people, particularly over this winter.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms Williamson. Are you happy with that, Councillor Bell? Okay, thank you. We've got followed by Councillor Moore.
Thanks, Provost. I will be brief because it's a very long agenda. I think the partnership working in Angus is amazing, and it's obviously continued over this very difficult time. But it's just, my question is, would it be at all possible for us to look at a fourth priority, just to make it absolutely explicit, working towards net zero and improving biodiversity? I know that a lot of it is embedded and that it's through there, but at this particular point in time with COP26 and all the rest of it, I really think that we should be being explicit about that. So do you think there's any possibility of the partnership taking on board that idea?
Ms Williamson?
Yeah, through you, Provost. Well, indeed, actually, Councillor Devine, there's been some discussion already about that at the workshops we've been holding and hearing from various partners around that. So there's no question about it. It's something we're already addressing, and I would suspect that there'll be a proposal that we put that into our next plan.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Provost. Yes, it's an excellent plan, very positive. I particularly like the food growing strategy. I think that we need to be expanding that where we can, and one aspect of it I'd like to query is fair trade. We were awarded fair trade status for another 2 years in January 2020. Of course, in 3 months' time, we'll be looking at that again. And I'm just wondering, how have we improved over the almost 2 years? Have we got more outlets? Have we worked with the schools? Have we got improvements there? Number of schools, pupils? Fair trade helps a lot of people in poorer countries, and I'm just wondering whether we're doing our bit.
Ms Williamson, or any of the team?
Yeah, Councillor Proctor, it is very much in our sights in terms of all the work that we're doing. In terms of the specific details about the performance and the improvements, I would need to get back to Councillor Moore on that, unless Vivian Smith has any details at her fingertips at the moment, but I'm not sure if she will.
Alison, have you got any?
Sorry,
Vivian.
The other Smith, it would be Vivian that may have that information.
Yeah.
Thanks, Provost. I have the level of detail that Councillor Moore is looking for in this one. However, I would say, you know, that we have around fair trade in Angus, and it is something that we would continue to support. But as Ms Williamson has said, we would need to get the detail and get back to Councillor Moore on.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. I mean, and I know that where I've been involved in fair trade and the churches and stuff like that, it's still going on. And also it's good to see a lot of the mainstream shops taking on fair trade items. So I think that's good. Councillor Whiteside, sorry, you've been waiting.
Thanks, Provost. I also welcome the report. There's a lot of good stuff in there. And I also agree with Lynn that working towards net zero would be a good addition. My question was around the social prescribing, which is an absolutely fantastic principle. I really welcome that. But just in the same way as the access to sports in the Angus Sports Framework, my concern lies around equal access for all to those in rural areas, including Sidlaw, but also there's no sports facilities organised by Angus Alive in Monifeith and many other rural areas. So it's just looking for an assurance that there will be equal access to all in the social prescribing initiative and the deferral membership for sports, for example.
Yeah. Anybody be able to answer? Yeah, Vivian.
Yeah, thanks, Provost, and thanks, Councillor Whiteside, for your input there. You'll note that there is a paper coming up later on the agenda around the use of some COVID resources, and it is absolutely aligned to the health and wellbeing aspect within our community plan performance report. So yes, I would say that needs to be absolutely Angus-wide, and using the facilities that we have locally in each of the towns, but also the amazing outdoor spaces that we have right across Angus. And yeah, absolutely support what you're saying, that needs to be extended to everyone across Angus.
Thank you very much for that, Vivian. Your question, Councillor Durno?
Thanks, Provost. I'd just like to ask a question. We've already started the food growing strategy programme in Arbroath. We've got 2 sites, one at East Kirkton Road and one at Townhead Road. All I can say in asking a question is that if we could make sure that availability to help is available, because it's okay getting community groups to start up these things, but they do need support as in clearing ground, large areas, etc., because it does take a wee while for charities to be set up to apply for funding. And if there's anything that we could help as a council via, you know, our parks guys, or obtaining a digger, for instance, would be very helpful, because we can get these things done with the community, but we just need sometimes access to big vehicles. And if that could be made available, it would be really helpful. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody want to respond? Vivian, do you want to respond to Councillor Durno or anyone else?
Councillor Proctor, Provost, we're happy to look at that, but I do want to go back to what I said at the very beginning. You know, I'm conscious I've got staff doing other jobs, including park people, and you know, people are working flat out at the moment. But if we can help, we'll help. Okay,
thanks very much for that. Right, are there any more questions or any comments? Because I don't know, is that a historic hand? Yeah, okay.
I'm just getting rid of it. You're too fast today, Provost.
Right, okay. No more questions. I would ask the council to agree the recommendations in the report.
Agreed.
Thank you. Right, we can move on now to item 6, and before we do so, we'll ask Mrs. Sarah Turner to come and give her deputation. And we'll just wait until the clerks get them sorted out.
Mrs. Turner's in the meeting.
Okay, Mrs. Turner, you've got 10 minutes on your deputation. I know you've done it before, so you're
Yes,
quite used to
hello.
it. So please go ahead and expect questions at the end. Thank you. On you go, Mrs. Turner.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, and thank you for allowing me to. Hello? Okay?
Yeah, you're okay.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for allowing me to speak to you again. Okay, can you hear me?
You're breaking up. You can start
Can you
again.
hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I'll try again. Yes, and thank you very much for allowing me to speak to you again. As I said, etc., that's not my expertise. But again, I do want to talk about the care of the elderly in our community, their health, their habits and depression, and the reassurance for their families that their loved ones are safe, happy and cared for. I'm here representing those that took part initially in the public survey, the demonstration and then the petition. And in the public survey, which was about a year ago, 208 responses were received. I know the survey was dismissed by Councillor Duff as skewed and invalid, but I'm fairly sure it was in fact valid. I filled in that survey and I know a lot of other people that did as well. So 94% felt they had not been consulted in the future of Engels Court, and 95% did not want Engels Court to be demolished. The majority of respondents wished to see Engels Court retained as sheltered housing, and there were a lot of remarks added to the survey, and if I can just read out one of them here, because there's been a lot of talk about Engels Court being empty and why was it empty, and obviously nobody wants to live there. But this remark says, on speaking to those residents who were moving out, this was largely due to the lack of commitment and investment by Angus Council. A lot of residents thought Angus Council were going to close the building and they were looking to move elsewhere. It was very unsettling for the remaining residents who were elderly and felt vulnerable and abandoned as if they were on a sinking ship. Angus Council were not advertising the flats, and this further added to suspicions about the building closing. The remaining residents tried successfully with Council about their concern, unsupported and abandoned. It was all very sad. It used to be such a lovely little community. So following this, there was a demonstration really of local residents, just under 200, and again expressed their views and wishes for Engels Court to be reopened. Most recently, there has been a petition, which I guess is why we're here now. Nearly 800 signatures, which is a huge number for such a submission, and not one person did not want to sign this petition. Everyone wishing for Engels Court to be reopened for sheltered housing. I hope that you have all now surely a month, 2 years, and it no doubt will need updating, modernising in some areas. But please imagine it all being turned to rubble. Mr. Morrow at the last meeting indicated that Aberdeenshire were reviewing their sheltered accommodation due to lack of demand. And this is also repeated in the report that accompanies this meeting. It seems that this is very misleading. I've spoken to the manager for sheltered housing and she was quite shocked when I said this to her. She explained to me the review covers everything to do with sheltered housing, such as are sprinkler systems adequate, is access wide enough mobility scooters, absolutely everything to do with accommodation, just within Aberdeenshire. So I really wanted to point that out because I think it is misleading. The sheltered housing, she explained to me, in Aberdeenshire has been closed to new occupants since COVID began. So that's a long time. This is why there are vacancies. Also, no repairs have been carried out during the COVID time, which has meant properties have been empty for long. Properties in more rural, isolated areas are more difficult to fill. But again, is a problem. Stonehaven is fed up the road from Edsall, which is often stated as having lots of vacancies. 2 couples have just moved in the last few weeks and they don't have a problem at the moment with vacancies. Then we have Edsall Village, which has a higher than average population. It could be almost described as a purpose-built area to have sheltered accommodation. Within walking distance of Engels Court, there is a pharmacy, a doctor's, a post office, shops, cafes, a hairdresser. It is extraordinary that this building is closed and is remaining closed. The report that accompanies this meeting is 26 pages long. It's full of words, charts, diagrams, graphs. It talks about embodied emissions, capital implications. And there are remarks such as reletting Engels Court as shown considered to have a low positive impact on the local economy. Don't really understand that. Also, given the impact on wider inclusion and equalities, reletting Engels Court as sheltered housing is considered to have a neutral impact on people. Don't really understand that. Nowhere can I see any mention, any regard or any respect for the care of our elderly citizens. As I feel patronised and ignored by elected representatives. And I'm very sorry as well that you're not allowed to speak today. Thank you very much.
Well, you're on mute.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Turner, for your presentation. I've now asked colleagues, remember it's questions only, not comments, questions only, and you may wish to ask Mrs. Turner.
Any questions?
Okay. No one's got any questions to ask Mrs. Turner. Mrs. Turner, thank you very much once again for coming here and speaking. And I think it's greatly appreciated certainly by myself and by all my colleagues. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, colleagues, we'll move on to the report, agenda item number 6. And I know that those who made the declaration to leave, said they would leave, have done so. So I would now ask Councillor Salmond if you would maybe like to open up on this one.
Yes, thank you, Provost. And first of all, can I just thank Mrs. Turner for taking the time to come along today and give her presentation. So as the convener of communities with oversight for social housing Angus, I am moving that option 1 be actioned today and agreed. The new build option has now been to committee 8 times and been agreed at all stages and has planning permission approved by Angus Council's Development Standards Committee. Many words have been spoken about this project, positive and negative. Today is D-Day, decision day. We have to stop kicking the can down the road and make a final decision. I visited Engels Court on Monday and looked around the full interior and the exterior of the building, and I came away knowing in my heart that this building is no longer fit for purpose and that demolition and rebuild is definitely the correct decision. This council has to be ambitious and deliver the best possible housing for our 7,700 current families and the hundreds, if not thousands, of families on our waiting list. The current Engels Court building certainly does not meet that criteria. I know all my colleagues are ambitious, and that is why we have a fully agreed strategic housing investment plan with new social house building identified on the Engels Court site. Angus Council are also currently building new social housing developments or are about to build at sites across Angus, providing much needed new state-of-the-art houses for our residents. I would like us all to have the same ambition for the village of Edzell, where there are currently 264 families on our waiting lists who have identified Edzell as a preferred location. I keep asking myself, why do people want to deny Edzell new social housing? And I struggle to find a rational answer. As I said earlier, this has been a long drawn-out process, and having spoken with colleagues, many negative points have been made. I'm sure we would all ask ourselves, did the council get every part of this process right? And if we're honest, the answer is no. Should a full major options appraisal have been done earlier? Yes. Should more information on site evaluations have been included earlier? Yes. Could the council have had better dialogue with the outgoing tenants of Engels Court? The Brecon members have said yes, we could have. I know that officers and elected members have learned many valuable lessons from this project, and changes will be made moving forward so we don't repeat errors of the past. Having said all that, we now have to move forward and decide what to do with Engels Court. We can't dwell in the past. That's not going to help improve the lives of Angus residents waiting for new social housing in Edzell. I'm asking all my colleagues today to be ambitious, to have a vision to build the best housing we can, and to create places people are proud to call home. The new Engels Court houses brings many overall benefits. 1, built on a brownfield site. 2, affordable rents. 3, low heating costs. 8, rated efficiency of the new buildings. 4, increased diversity and working to include everyone equally. 5, barrier-free design. 6, space between buildings. 7, own front doors. 8, addresses the social housing needs in the Edzell area with 264 families on the waiting list. These are just a few of the major positives of this project. My administration colleagues in the meeting are all supporting option 1, and I'm reaching out to my opposition colleagues to create a coalition of ambition to deliver option 1 and bring 21 much needed new social houses to the village of Edzell. It's extremely important that colleagues scrutinise this report and ask officers questions should they need clarity on any points in the option appraisal, and of course express their opinions, and I fully encourage and welcome this. But at the end of all that debate, we must make a decision, and for me and my administration colleagues, there is only one game in town. Option 1, demolition and new build. Please be ambitious and all agree to create a new, vibrant future for social housing in Edzell with 21 new, much-needed family houses. And just to say, we have a team of officers with us from Housing and Property to answer any questions that elected members may have. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you very much, Councillor Salmon. And I'd just like to remind members, if you've got any questions on the exempt appendix, do we agree to exclude the public and press? If you have no questions, that's fine. So are there any questions that you might ask on the exempt appendix? No. Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah, I've got hands yet. I've got Councillor Hans. A question, Councillor Hans.
It is, Provost, and it's on Appendix 2.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, just go ahead.
Clarify, there's no question on the exempt appendix. Just to clarify that before any member speaks.
Now, that is not on the exempt appendix, Councillor.
No.
No.
Appendix 3 is, sorry,
No,
item 19
that's
is
fine. I'm
exempt.
just making a clarification there and getting the paper. Okay, please, that's your question, Councillor Hans.
Okay, it is actually a point of clarification for Mrs. Buchanan. Anyway, I was reflecting on Mrs. Turner's comment about specifically retaining the complex for the elderly, but given the nature of the proposed barrier-free if we don't for option 1 and choose one protected over all others, we couldn't actually justify that because of the barrier-free nature of the new build. So we actually might be putting ourselves in breach of the Equality Act provision. Can I just have that clarified?
One of the officers be able to answer Councillor Hans' question, please.
Through yourself, Provost.
Yeah, Jackie.
Councillor Hans, thank you for your question. Could I just ask you to, I didn't quite catch it all. I think the connection wasn't good. Thank you.
Yeah, sorry, I think it's my connection's not great today. No, just my understanding that obviously under the Equality Act, we have a duty to make reasonable adjustments, which is fine, and that's what we're doing. The public sector equality duty, which we have to consider all protected characteristics when we're making a decision and not just one. There is some leeway within the Equality Act if you can prove that there's a need for a positive action because of a lack or under provision.
Yeah, broke up again.
Given that the proposed bill is all barrier-free to justify, just limiting the solution to Engels Court to one protected character, I think that'd be quite difficult to justify.
Through yourself, Provost, I think I got the gist of what you said, Councillor Hans. Thank you. I'm sure there would be an options appraisal done in terms of the report when it was brought forward in relation to the proposal to change the use of the facility, obviously from its existing use, and to develop it as social housing. So perhaps I can ask my colleagues in housing to confirm in terms of that.
Hi there. Hi, thanks. Yeah, the options appraisal that we've submitted today with the report does touch on the different protected characteristics and the risk that we might have if we are only providing accommodation that's restricted to older people. So we have identified that as a risk within the options appraisal. Whether we would be breaching any law by continuing to let it out as sheltered housing, I don't know. I don't think we would be. However, there isn't that demonstrable demand for sheltered housing from older people, so we wouldn't be able to really make that argument that is required.
Okay, thank you very much, Lindsay.
Provost, my understanding of the Equality Act, unless you can justify your actions, then this would be an unreasonable positive action measure because there's less disruptive measures to be taken. I'll list a measure here on offer, and that's option 1. Land, it should be owned by the whole of the tenants of Angus, who have loads of different protected characteristics. So one of your tenants could challenge this decision today.
Jackie?
And can I just clarify, sorry, again, Councillor Hans, it was breaking up, difficult for you too. Which option are you suggesting could be challenged? Can I just be clear about that? And what I'll do then is I'll look at that while others have an opportunity to ask questions, and I'll see if I can get an opportunity to come back to you.
Right, it's the options relating to solely having this as sheltered housing, given that the option 1 is a less disruptive and less onerous means of, well, the terminology is achieving a legitimate aim. We've got other means of achieving a legitimate aim because barrier 1 provides barrier-free options for everybody, whereas the options relating to sheltered housing are excluding all other protected characteristics other than age.
Thank you, Councillor Hans. I understand what you're saying, and I'll do that. I'll have a look at it and come back, if I may. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hans. Thank you very much, Ms Buchanan. Councillor Cheap.
Thank you, Provost. Yeah, I'm not sure which council officer I should put this to, but my question is in regard to Appendix 2 as well. One thing I found that was poor about this is that in each of the options as they were reported and put into the papers, perhaps not surprisingly, was weighted questionably. But the question I've got is really in option 6, in fact, really in all the options, but option 6 particularly, it brings in the partial demolition and construction costs of 3.247 million, but there's absolutely no detail to that. There's no description of what that would be, what that would deliver, as opposed to a complete demolition and rebuild. We have the plans for a rebuild, of demolition and to build the 21 homes, and the cost for that was £3.1 million. But in option 6, which is really the only other real alternative here it's either to demolish or not to demolish, and perhaps not unsurprisingly, the cost of that is reported as being higher, but we have nothing to go on. So even as an accountant, I'm looking at this and saying I'm being given one lump sum to do one thing and one lump sum to do another, and we've got no detail. So perhaps council officers could give us some idea as to why and what is being included in their estimate of costs for option 6, because we have no information there at all.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Cheap. Any of the council officers able to answer that question? And I know it's a pretty tall order in a short space of time.
Yes, Provost, it's Gavin Balfour. I'm happy to answer that one.
Okay, thank you.
And through yourself, Councillor Cheap, if we can refer to the options appraisal document, the option 6, which we were talking about, there is a plan at the section, the people section, which talks about how we're going to develop the building. It says we're going to have 12 one-bed flats, 4 two-bed flats, 3 number 2-storey houses, and 2 number 3-bed 2-storey houses. It mentions that we're going to remodel the building. The plan is shown on page 108.
Yeah, I can see that. I have seen that, Mr. Balfour. Thanks. Yeah. What I was trying to get at was the breakdown of the costs here, because there are elements that could be questioned in that. For example, do we require front door entrances to these things? There's subjective things being put into the cost of this calculation here. It's been costed out. That's just one design. It's not necessarily the design to go forward if option 6 was going ahead. My question is, personally, I think that the cost that's been pulled in here is excessive. And I think there's elements, having visited Engels Court and been right through it on Monday, that there are elements there that it could be adapted for far less cost. And we haven't been given a proper costing by element here to actually warrant that. I know it's a question with a bit of opinion, I know that, but I think it's important people get that we have not got all the information we need to justify that figure.
Okay. Well, we're asked to look at an option. You're right that there may be various options to how you redevelop a building. What we've attempted to do is deliver the best possible solution. There's no doubt you could have an alternative solution, but that is the best solution in our opinion. And what we've done is costed that. We're bringing it up to EPC level B to maximise the energy efficiency there. It's a mix of housing that is closely related to the original new build mix of housing. It has all been costed line by line. We do have a spreadsheet for that our accountants worked on, but we didn't feel that that would be necessary to publish in the papers, given that we already have 16 pages of an options appraisal. An options appraisal, again, is quite a high-level document to look at the long list of options, and those more detailed costs would be in a business case, which would then follow later.
I think you've explained that quite well, Gavin. Councillor Tate, were you anything else to come back on?
No, that's as far as the question is concerned. No, we'll be in comments later.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much. The next one, Councillor Speed. Good question, Councillor Speed.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. Sounds on my computer are slow. Yeah, I just wanted to ask why there was still reference being made to self-directed support throughout this report, considering that Mr. Bowie, the head of service within the Health and Social Care Partnership, spoke at the last meeting and made it very clear that it was two very separate issues.
Okay, I think what we really want to do here is we're wanting to get back to the actual options and what we've got there on the table, Councillor Speed, and you're quite right, it was mentioned the last time, so thank you for that. I don't think we need to take that further. Councillor Boyd.
I've got two quick questions, so I hope you'll allow that.
One question.
Sorry? I wanted to do that because I can make the other one a comment if you want to do a question. I'm looking at page 93 on the appendix, and I'm looking at the carbon impact and the carbon assessment scope of study and the wording there. I'm disappointed. Why was this not done? Especially after watching yesterday and the BBC News and the COP 26 stating that 8% of all CO2 emissions throughout the world are caused by cement. And yet we're going to be building this, pulling this down and rebuilding it all. And there seems to be, surely we should have been doing a carbon assessment scope of study. So I don't know why was this not done?
Mr. Balfour or anybody from the Housing Department, can you answer Councillor Boyd's question?
Yeah, sorry, I missed the very first part of the question, Councillor Boyd. Could you
basically it's the first paragraph of the carbon assessment scope for study, and it doesn't seem to have been done because the process is rigorous but time consuming, requiring a specialist consultant to complete. But when we're listening to what's happening at COP20 down in Glasgow, and we find out that 8% of all CO2 emissions are caused by are caused with concrete. Goodness gracious! Surely we should have been going for this.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Boyd. The time limits were one of the reasons that a full appraisal wasn't done. There was also the cost, would be about 8 to 10k as well, but we really didn't think that this expert carbon assessment would deliver anything other than what we already know, which is, we're not questioning that there will be an embodied carbon impact through the demolition. However, the beauty here is that we're redeveloping the site. So by demolishing the building, lots of the materials can be reused in the construction through, for example, all the concrete that you mentioned, that will be crushed and used as upfill. That prevents the quarrying of new material, the delivery of it to the site via trucks and all that kind of stuff. I'd like to kind of summarise the carbon impact as looking at the two options. We really can retain the existing building, which, by the way, will not last indefinitely. It will eventually need demolished and you will lose that embodied carbon. So that is an important point to remember. But looking at the options we can retain and either leave as it is or remodel, remodel, we can get to an EPCB. And what it's important to remember is carbon emissions are formed from two parts: embodied emissions and operational emissions. So, as I say, we can retain EPCB that still has double the operational emissions of the new build. Or we can demolish, we can reuse and recycle the materials and build back with materials which are low in embodied carbon, such as timber, and we achieve an EPC-A, which is half the emissions of an EPC-B building. Tackling climate change is about not raising the current level of emissions. Keeping the building will raise operational emissions over its lifetime. The new build, through its improved energy efficiency, will eventually recoup any lost embodied emissions through the demolition. And I like to use a kind of electric car analogy. You can keep your diesel or petrol car, okay, so you're saving on embodied emissions, but you're going to have high operational emissions through fumes, etc. Or you can get an electric car, and okay, you have embodied energy in the manufacture, but remember that car has been manufactured from materials that have already been recycled, like the old car that you've sent to the scrapyard. That metal will have been recycled. So what you're doing is you then have a vehicle that has very low emissions for the rest of its lifetime. That's the option we're talking about here. Hopefully that analogy maybe helps.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Gavin.
Yeah, that does help. Thank you very much for that, Gavin. The first councillor to have an electric car, I can understand your analogy quite well. But it's still the thing that with what's going on, I picked up this 8% of all CO2 emissions with concrete, but I do take on board, and you've given a very comprehensive and response to that, Gavin, and I much appreciate it. My second tiny little question was actually a further one to Councillor Hans. And it was about I think I was picking up, I hate doing these Zoom call or these Teams calls because it's far easier to pick up things in the chamber. But it was something that Lindsay Day had said about there was no demonstrated demand to check for
one question. You've asked your question.
The question is
stop. You've asked your question. You've been given an answer. Okay. If you want to make a comment later on, that's fine.
My apologies. Apologies, Ronnie. My apologies. I picked you up wrongly. That wasn't allowed the second. Sincere apologies.
No bother. Thanks very much, Councillor Duff.
Right. I've strictly got one question. There's been concern expressed, I think, is too expensive to build compared with private sector housing. I wonder if one of our officers, perhaps Mr. Balfour, could give us an explanation of the building cost behind rebuilding Engels Court, or indeed anything else. But I think that would be helpful for members if they heard some of the reasons behind that.
Okay. Mr. Balfour, would you be able to answer Councillor Duff?
Yeah. Thanks, Provost. And Councillor Duff, is there anything you'd like me to compare against, our costs against something? Anything in particular? Or?
Well, I just think that against the sort of contemporary private sector development that's going on in Angus, I think that would be helpful, and the cost per square metre or whatever.
Okay. Yeah, I can do that. So I think I'll first make the point for a comparison, you really need to compare like for like, and council housing is covered by a lot of regulation that isn't needed in private sector. So where do I want to start? So
you've not got all day, that's for sure.
No. So firstly, our houses are delivered to EPC-A. We've life-saving systems in them, such as sprinklers. We've mechanical and heat recovery systems. We're putting in renewable heating in the form of air source heat pumps, and we're also considering triple glazing. Most new build developments that I've seen don't have those things, and they could easily add 20 to 30k to the cost of a unit. We also are not in the business of building a house and then selling it, and then not having any responsibility for future standards. So, you know, we need to maintain that building over the 60-year period. So what we do is things like our electric cables are running conduit, so that in the future, over that 60-year period, when we need to do a rewire, then it's an easy job because the cables are in conduit. We also, in our family homes, what we tend to do is, rather than have a combi boiler, we'd have a hot water cylinder with an immersion. So if the boiler, or if indeed if it was a heat pump, failed, then the tenant still has hot water. Now, you'd say, you know, why do we do all this? Accept that a private developer doesn't have to do all this. Why would they? We do this because we have to. There's energy efficiency standards, such as the energy efficiency for social housing standard. The latest one is due in 2032, that states that all existing housing, and that means, you know, wherever you are, Forfar, be it Lordburn Place, Carnoustie, Winter Place, Arbroath, Northern Avenue, all that's going to need to meet EPC-B by 2032. And also the Scottish Government's latest document, Housing to 2040, states that there's an ambition when East 3 comes around that social housing will basically be zero emissions. You know, that we're going to lead that transition. And the other part of regulation, of course, is that we have, as during that maintenance period, we have something called the right to repair. So repairs have to be carried out in a set timescale, and if they're not, then the tenant can claim compensation. So that kind of justifies decisions like having a hot water cylinder with an immersion, because if a family has hot water for more than whatever the prescribed period is, they can claim that compensation. But it's also a good thing for families, so that, you know, they do have that hot water. So there's lots of reasons, be it regulation, be it values. I can answer anything else if there's further questions.
Councillor Duffy, happy with that?
Yeah, very happy with that response. Thank you, Mr. Balfour, and thank you, Provost.
Thank you very much. Councillor MacDonald.
Thank you. I wanted to pick up on something that was raised in the deputation around the Appendix 2 options appraisal. And I found the options appraisal actually made, for me, this decision harder than it did easier. We were considering on page 89, it mentions about the priorities about economy. Angus is a good place to go for business, maximise inclusion and reduce inequalities, communities to be strong, resilient and led by citizens, and to be efficient and effective. If we move down to page 96 in the papers, I think it's 96, option 3 about the reletting Engels Court as sheltered housing with or without a warden. I wondered if the officers could furnish me with how they weight the weighting or the scores. So in people, it specifically mentions reducing social isolation and loneliness, and how that's great in the current setup and the shared houses, gardens, communal areas. For older people that are experiencing social isolation and loneliness, these could be huge, massive things. The barrier sort of free design. And I suppose this then leads on to the questions that Councillor Hans brought, which I'd be very interested to hear from Jackie, what the result of that is. Just one final point on that. So if that could be addressed, I'd love that. And one final point is I also agree with Councillor Speed. I do think her question was relevant because it does impact how people perceive this paper and perceive this decision, in my view. So I think that her question was perfectly valid too. But thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councillor MacDonald, answers for anybody from the Jackie Buchanan, have you got any answers yet? And we've got Lindsay there with an answer as well. Jackie, you're first then, Lindsay.
Okay, thank you, Provost, and thank you, Councillor MacDonald, for your question and following up on what Councillor Hans asked. As Ms Day said earlier, page 3 of the options appraisal mentions specifically the Equality Act and how the Council's allocation policy relates to that and supports that. It also details potential issues in terms of equalities, such that Councillor Hans has mentioned. But if you also go to the cover report, what we're seeing there, that lots of the options, and we're speaking, I'll give you the paragraph so you've got it. We're speaking more in terms of best value, certainly, but we are saying that quite a few of the options will require further legal consents and processes. And as part of that, we would look at the equalities specifically if members were saying that they were interested or minded to go down that option. The options are quite diverse, so although a decision may be taken today, it would certainly require, some of them in particular require further work and further examination and further consent processes to be put in place. So we would take all that into account before any final decision could be taken on members. And in terms of that one, the sheltered housing one, the equalities implications would certainly be part of that.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Jackie. Lindsay?
Yeah, so just picking up there on the point regarding social isolation and loneliness. So under option 3, reletting Engels Court as sheltered housing either with or without a ward, and we have picked up on that under people, where we do recognise that type of accommodation with the communal areas can provide opportunities for socialisation and activities for tenants and can reduce social isolation and loneliness. However, there's more that comes under people under that objective of the appraisal. So we've also looked there at the spaces between the buildings and without having those private gardens, the benefits of having that private garden would be lost. We looked at the barrier-free design under people as well, and the existing properties as they are, they don't meet the housing for varying needs standard for either wheelchair, older or ambulant disabled people. And we've also looked at the all increasing diversity and including everybody equally. And again, picked up there that the allocations would be restricted to older people and would exclude other groups. So we have considered the reduction of social isolation as part of that communal facilities. However, that's been offset against other parts that come under people as a whole, and that's why we scored it overall as having a neutral impact.
So, Provost, may I come back?
No, go on, quick one.
So yeah, so that was the question: was how do you weight the weighting? How do you assess that one trumps that one trumps that one? Because in the set of criteria that Angus Council set on this, it would look like that during this option's appraisal that this option, because of the way our Angus Council, have weighted it.
Yeah, so the weighting itself, so the weighting to people's 20 overall, so the weighting is the same for each option. So each option's been given, each objective's been scored and been weighted the same. But the score for that one was 0, so it was considered to have a neutral impact based on what we found when we assessed that option against people, because the benefits that we get from the communal spaces are lost through the other issues that we've identified under that objective.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Lindsay. Councillor McDonald, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to move on because Councillor Braze wants to speak and I'm quite conscious of the time. Okay, Councillor Braze, your question, please.
Well, mine is a comment. I noticed there were no.
Well, before you go into comments, are there any other questions? No? Okay, comments. Go on, Councillor Braze, give me your comment.
Yes, thanks, Provost. I'd like to thank officers for the time and effort they have put into this work. I'm well aware of the views of the majority of residents in Edsall. Like Councillor Salmond, I don't think the whole Engels Court situation has been handled as well as it might have been, and I can well understand the resentment some in the community of Edsall feel. In many other countries around the world, decisions like the one before us today are taken much nearer to the community affected. Indeed, in some countries, a community like Edsall would have decision-making powers and a budget to match the responsibility, often setting the local taxes themselves. I personally look forward to the day when our local government is actually local. But we're not there yet. neither Edsel nor Angus Council has the ability to raise additional tax specific to Edsel in order to deliver additional services to Edsel, which can't be delivered more widely across Angus. Communities do, however, have community asset transfer available to them, where they feel they could run something much better themselves. I note that no community asset transfer application has come forward regarding Engels Court in all the years that the demolition has been under consideration. Having considered all the options in front of us, I don't think the existing building at Engels Court is of any further use to Angus Council, and I think only option 1, demolish and redevelop, and option 2, sale, are viable. Selling Engels Court apartments individually would undoubtedly offer the best potential financial outcome here, but there are various different risk factors for an organisation like Angus Council, not all of which might apply to an individual or private enterprise seller. A big risk factor is the possibility of losing Scottish Government funding for house building. Further slippage in our delivery of Angus Council housing is another. And when risk factor is stacked upon risk factor upon risk factor, the overall risk rises exponentially, and to me, to a level that would make me very uncomfortable. If the short-term financials were the only thing to consider here, I'd go for the sale of Engels Court as one lot and look for somewhere else to build new council housing. But they're not the only consideration. We can't establish best value without knowing the financial value of what it is that we're going to demolish. And so I'm glad to see the professional valuations to guide us in decision making. But there's more to best value than the straight short-term financials. Engels Court belongs to the housing revenue account. In essence, it belongs to the Angus Council housing tenants. We as elected members, in effect, act as trustees of the housing revenue account. And I think we have to take a long-term view in our stewardship of it. If we were to sell Engels Court, we would have no real control over the future use of it. I think it would be extremely likely that some or possibly all of the apartments would end up in private ownership, quite possibly as second homes, a bolt hole for someone.
Councillor Braid, you're up your 3 minutes.
Yes, I'll just finish off quickly then. On balance, in this particular case, I think option 1, demolish and redevelop, is the pragmatic option to take.
Okay. Councillor Braid, thank you very much, and not from a local man. Quite appreciated. The next man to speak, another local man, Councillor Miles.
Yes, thank you. I have many memories and recollections of Engels Court in its heyday, and it was used very well, and it was considered a very good facility for the residents who were there. There was many social events happened, and that engendered a good community spirit, as Mrs. Turner alluded to. The trouble is now, the way it is at the moment, it would be very difficult to recreate, if not impossible to recreate the facility as it was. The other thing that would help the social isolation that is often spoken about, there are many community groups in Edsel that residents can take part in, and if anyone wants to come that wants to stay in the new build, they can take part in these sort of things and join the various and numerous community groups. Edsel is a very social community, and it helps and supports its residents through the Village Improvement Society and other very valuable bodies. So that sort of like isolation can be combated in that way. As we can't recreate the past and wouldn't wish to want to move forward, moving forward option 1 to my mind is the only possible solution. Disappointed we can't have a situation to go back in history, but I'm sorry, but we have to move forward. So reluctantly, I agree this is the only game in town, so I will be supporting the option 1. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Miles. Councillor Duff.
Yeah, thank you, Provost. I'll be quite brief. Yes, I would say that I agree almost entirely with everything that Councillor Salmon said. I think we often get accused of playing politics with issues, and I think on this occasion we have to agree to do what is best for Angus and what is best for the people who are on our council house waiting list and those who are currently tenants, because as Councillor Brace has said, really they're the people this is for, and we're looking after the asset. I'd like to thank the staff for all the work that's been done on this under a pretty severe time pressure, and I think probably particularly to Mr. Morrow and Mr. Balfour there and other members of staff, but it's been a lot of work they've had to do pretty quickly. I agree option one's the only solution. I've been a long-standing critic of our council house delivery plan, the delays, and obviously I don't want to see any further delays get on and build some more houses in Edsel for the people that are on the waiting list. So I would totally agree with the points that Councillor Salmon has made and quite happy to support option one.
Thank you very much, Councillor Duff. Councillor Bell.
Thank you very much, Provost. Thanks to officers, as Councillor Duff has said, this has been an enormous piece of work, and it's since I'd been to Engels Court, so I took the opportunity on Monday as well, and I'm afraid, I mean, I took it down to a really personal level and thought, would I be happy to live here? Would I be happy, expected my mum to live there? I think trends change. And I think, you know, having your own front door is really important. And I felt it was actually quite claustrophobic. And I know that in the last few months of my mum's life, you know, she needed additional equipment, and the properties within Engels Court were just tiny, things like hoists and what have you. So for me, that really kind of firmed me up in my opinion that option one is philosophically against selling off social housing owned by the local authority, and I would much rather see us have something built on there that a lifelong home for people that accommodates varying needs over people's different life event, and wait until people are older and can no longer manage in their own home, and then they have to be moved into a box. Comfortable with that. I'm also hopeful that we can develop generational living that is supportive and sensitive, because there are definite benefits to that. You know, people with dementia, I know that's a rising demographic, and we're doing work to further across Angus to support people around prevention and early intervention on dementia. But how confusing it is for people to move into strange circumstances towards the end of their life. Our Health and Social Care Partnership is doing so much great work around looking after people in their own homes. I just feel it's tragic to expect people to move at the end of their life where they stay in their own purpose-built home for virtually their entire adult life. So I really look forward to seeing that ambition delivered and to seeing complement that it deserves as we spread that kind of concept further across Angus. So I will thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bell. And like you, when I went into the house on Monday, it was worse than a lot of barrack rooms that I stayed in my time in the armed forces. So I agree with you entirely. Councillor Chip.
Yeah, thank you, Provost. Okay, I can't quite agree with what Councillor Bell said at all on this. Certainly when I went into Engels Court on Monday, I can understand why it was so successful as sheltered housing, in that the community feel it would give the residents of the complex that was there and in having my father actually was part of sheltered housing, and he got a huge benefit out of it. So I can't really understand that. I think from my point of view here, I'm not a great fan of these scoring and weighting tables and things, and particularly in this case, the scoring is questionable, and probably no surprise that option 1 has come out with the highest score. I think Councillor Salmon mentioned about us being ambitious, and I think being ambitious is correct, but at what cost? I know I bang a drum on council about getting value for money. This isn't value for money, option 1. There's lots of reasons why, in my concern. Also, there's weighting towards own front doors and private gardens, the benefit that would give. Well, my son's just bought a flat in a complex of 12 flats with one front door and communal gardens. He's as happy as Larry. You don't have to have a own front door. There's too much emphasis on these things. We're there to provide housing and common housing for residents. That's the purpose of this. I think as well, taking option 1 ahead has just given no concern whatsoever for the feelings and opinions of the Edsel community. If you stood back from this, it'd be cheaper to buy 21 properties of similar size in the open market in North Angus and upgrade them where it's necessary to suit Mr. Balfour, what he mentioned, and then discount that cost overall in the sale of Engels Court. We have no rush to sell any of these things. And we could do this over time. We could buy over time 21 properties very, very easily, and for less than the £150,000 average cost it's going to cost here. So if it had been like that, who knows? A buyer may, if we did put it on the market, a buyer may come along, purchase it, who wants to run it as sheltered housing or as a care home. Who knows? That way we'd have a win-win situation. 21 new council houses bought and added to the housing revenue account, scattered through North Angus, and potentially a care complex to boot as well. So we win much greater there that way. The building is in far better condition than people are making it out to be. A lot of it is just purely decorative order to go on. It could easily be that could be easily realised. So option 1 does not offer best value in my mind, and I can't believe. I know the way this is going. We've been told by Councillor Salmon that the whole of the administration group's been instructed to vote for option 1, and I'm hearing members of the SNP are now going to vote for option 1 as well. So I can't believe I am the only one speaking out against option 1. So I can't and won't condone any decision to demolish Engels Court.
Okay.
I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Chait. We have now got Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Provost. Yes, go back to Councillor Bray's comments, and I fully agree with what he said. I'm concerned that if you went for option 2, there only being option 1 or option 2 on the table, really, then yes, you could end up with people with second homes, or you could end up with making a few people very rich by them buying to let. And that concerns me. We want housing for Angus tenants, not profits for landlords.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Moore. Councillor Speed, comment?
Hi, yeah, thanks, Provost. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah, okay, thanks. Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt about it. This is a really big decision, a difficult decision. It's quite complex. There's arguments for and against. Having been on a site visit around Engels Court, I try to kind of really put myself in the position of many of the applicants, and also see past the decor as well. I think we can, Councillor Bell raised some good points. For me, I was thinking what's important would be a roof over my head. We know that many people in Angus don't have that. It would be important for me to have a barrier-free bathroom and be able to have a shower. Many people are not able to have their most basic needs met at this time because of that. I thought of the pros and cons around being able to use a lift to get up and down to see all my neighbours, as well as look at what it would feel like to stay in a new purpose-built housing complex that's been proposed. What I would say, there was a room full of aids and adaptations. It might be something that occupational therapy want to go and have a look at and pick up, because there are many people that are currently waiting for those things. For me, this is about, meeting that current need and demand now. I never got answers the last time with regards to, or an explanation with regards to the fact that since 2016 there has been an increase in demand in over 65s in the Brecon and Edsall area. Today it is disappointing, Provost, that my question with regards to self-directed support wasn't answered as to why it's still in this report, because they're two very separate issues. I was also interested in terms of Mrs. Turner's comments that she made with regards to discussions that she's had with Aberdeenshire, and that remains unanswered. For me, there are, a few disappointing things with regards to this and the information that's been presented. I will take outside of this meeting, Provost, a few questions that I have up with officers, especially with regards to the comment that was made around the housing for varying needs that was published in 1998. As far as I'm aware, that's not been updated, and kind of poses the question as whether around in 2012, when the upgrade was had at Engels Court, was that then not compliant with the housing for varying needs standards? So yeah, I think regardless of the decision today, for me, there is lots of kind of questions remain unanswered and lots of things that need addressed moving forward, especially when it comes to reporting.
Okay, Councillor Speed, thanks very much for that. And the point you made about the equipment there, I mean, Mr. Balfour said about recycling, but recycling is not only just about knocking things down, grounding it up. You're quite right. Reuse of all the equipment there, and I'm sure it will be redeployed. And I'm sure if you get on to the officers, they'll give you the answers to the questions that you have asked. And thank you for your comments.
Thank you, Provost.
Okay, now Councillor Boyd, and then I'm going to take Mr. Bowie, because I think he's going to speak on Councillor Speed's comment, and then lastly I'm going to take Councillor Fairweather, because this is actually going on quite a long time, but I do realise the importance of it. So Councillor Boyd, your comment, please.
Yes, thank you, Provost, and I will do as has just been said. So the question I have, I will go back to the question from earlier on, and my sincere apology that I didn't pick you up correctly there, Provost. But the comment I have is that no, you're not alone, Councillor Cheap. I'm not agreeing with everything that you're saying, but I use the analogy, and I've used it for 10 years as a councillor. There is such a demand for council housing in Carnoustie. I can't understand why we keep on spending millions and millions. It's what I debated with Councillor King a good few years back. An analogy I used is, look, if you were to speak to some poor soul in Angus, back to what Lois was saying, some poor soul in Angus that is homeless, and you give them the opportunity to say, you've got a very slim chance of getting a Bentley, but you've got a better chance if you had a Ford Mondeo. What do you think all the Angus residents would state? They would say supply and demand makes the price. You're needing to increase the supply. So that's the one part that I agreed with Councillor Cheap on. If we could have bought so much more, I thought we were doing this in Montefieth. I thought that was something that was going to be coming up, that we were going to buy a tranche of them, and therefore we would get better value. What is going on here? So that's my comment, Ronnie. Take care.
Another question, but you made your point.
Those comments, sorry.
You made your point. Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Bowie.
Thanks, Provost. It was just to say that I can make arrangements in the department to pick up that equipment. I don't know if it will be serviceable. It's probably been lying for a while, but we'll get a look at it.
Good man. Okay, last comment, Councillor Fairweather.
Thank you, Provost. Can I just assure Councillor Cheap that the administration members were not instructed in how they vote? And I really do take umbrage that I'm even suggesting that at this particular public meeting. Like other opposition members, they have made up their own minds. They have read the report and they have made up their mind of what is the best option. So please don't put words into my mouth or others' mouths, because simply what you said, Councillor Cheap, is not true.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Councillor Fairweather. Right, I think we've had a good debate on this, and we now move to the various options. Councillor Sturrock, is that no? Okay. I see a hand flashing on and off. Councillor Sturrock.
Aye, that's
Go
an
on.
error, Ronnie.
Yeah,
I'm
go
trying
on.
to get rid of it.
Okay, fine, thank you. Right, let's move on then to the options, and it was moved by Councillor Salmon that we go for option 1. Somebody second that? Councillor Fairweather?
I'll second that, Provost.
Okay, thanks very much. And that's Stuart. And is there anybody who want to put in an amendment? Any amendment?
I'm saying no purpose.
Okay, right. Okay, then that everybody then has agreed.
No, everybody hasn't agreed. I record my dissent, Provost. I mentioned that in my comment.
If you wish. Councillor Salmon, you've got your hand up, please.
Yeah, I just wanted to sum up
by all means,
and just address a couple of points. I'm trying to be keeping positive here, but I'd like to thank everybody actually for this fantastic result. I know it's been a long drawn-out process, but I really do believe we've got the right result for the people of Edzell at the end here, and I'm delighted by it's virtually unanimous. I do accept that a few people have recorded their dissent or are unhappy, but I just wanted to really address 2 points. One for Councillor Boyd. You know, obviously, maybe if he read his papers, he would be well aware that we have purchased 20 houses in Murrayfeith at the Grange, and we do have a policy of buying off the shelf. So that's one point. And also, I'm really confused by Councillor Cheap, to be totally honest with you, because we're about to build in Carnoustie on the Kinloch site, and the design of houses are exactly the same as the ones we're building in Engels Court and Edzell. So unless he's telling me he now doesn't want these houses in Carnoustie and he wants me to look to move to a different location in Angus, I cannot believe he's up for the houses that we're building in Edzell. They're exactly the same houses.
There, Councillor Salmon, at the moment. It's a flat site. I'm happy for any properties being built.
You will know that had a building on it which was demolished.
You demolished it?
Correct.
Right.
Demolishing Engels Court. But to end on a positive point, can I just thank all colleagues for taking this support through today, and I'm hoping that we can get 21 families and get the houses built as quickly as possible. Thank you.
So, colleagues, do we agree to instruct the Interim Director of Vibrant Communities and Sustainable Growth to take forward option 1?
No.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Okay.
Agreed.
Right, we're going to do another shaking around of the agenda, and before we do that, I'd like to just try and get Councillor McMillan Douglas, Councillor Nicholl back in. But I think to save people hanging about, we'll take on item 14, and Councillor McMillan Douglas and Councillor Nicholl are back in. We'll then hear the deputation dealing with the participatory budgeting. Just let me know when they come. Okay. Thanks very much, colleagues. We've got both Councillor McMillan Douglas and Councillor Nicholl back in. So I propose that we hear the deputation regarding participatory budgeting, PB. We've got the two speakers, 5 minutes each, or 7 and 3, whatever way you want to play it. Who's speaking first? Is it going to be you, Pat?
No, Tom's speaking first.
Okay. Tom, are you about?
Yep. Can everybody hear me okay?
Yep.
Yep.
I'd just like to start with just saying the Short Life Working Group and myself and Pat would like to thank the committee for this opportunity to present the menu of applications for your approval as indicated in the 8th of June committee meeting. I would also like to express their observation from this process and to be an equal partner in following PB activities. I would just like to say that some comments from the previous meeting in September were disappointing and unhelpful in partnership working, but we'd just like to put that into the past and just hopefully move forward in a more positive light. The Short Life Working Group are committed to seek fairness and equalities and offer an opportunity for citizens to be heard in PB. Our following comments and our observation have been framed from the Participatory Budget Charter. And the first point we've got, it's from the charter, is it's fair and inclusive. The Angus approach for this activity, unfortunately, it does not guarantee everyone a vote. It does not account for those who are digitally excluded, and it's not clear how it will operate in family settings where there are shared devices. People who experience digital exclusion are likely to experience other forms of disadvantage. It's not clear what arrangements, if any, will be in place to support excluded groups, including people living with disabilities, people with a dementia diagnosis, those whose first language is not English, etc. The fact there is nothing in the process to ensure equity between more and less populated areas within localities inevitably means that those living in more rural areas are disadvantaged. The approach will help to reduce inequalities, but greater rigour or a different approach to developing and bringing products forward to the vote might have helped to ensure that the potential contribution is maximised. E.g., for example, there's been no direct community involvement in design, only in delivering a process that the members of the steering group does not support. The next point is participatory. The Angus approach falls short here because as communities have not had the opportunity to shape the process, only to implement and in some ways legitimise a fundamentally flawed process, the only participation in the process is voting. The invitation to submit projects was not promoted widely and was selective in allowing certain groups to apply. This did not allow a democratic process and allowed time for communities and groups to bring forward ideas and develop projects. Although the concept of the subgroup is welcome, it has felt like an attempt to give legitimacy to a flawed process and claim participation, which in reality has been very limited and constrained. The next section, deliberative. There has been no opportunity for people to come together in person or online to debate issues or the merits of projects. The process will not increase anyone's knowledge about issues and challenges in their communities. I'll just hand over to Pat now to just carry on with the rest of the presentation.
Small, Pat.
Aye. The next part of the charter is empowering. It's inevitable that the council PB process that elected members have the final approval of projects chosen by community formality, providing the projects are legal, safe and within the powers of the council. The way the process is designed, it's highly unlikely that more people will become meaningfully involved in the democratic process. The barriers to participation are more likely to have the opposing effect. Creative and flexible is the next part. It's hard to identify any way in which this process is creative and flexible. It's rigid, predetermined and restrictive. If PB is to deliver on its potential, it requires creative thinking, flexibility to respond to the needs and overcoming barriers, and willingness to take risks, try new things and learn lessons. Constraining the process in existing bureaucratic frameworks will result in failure to deliver. The next part is transparent. This does not feel like an open and transparent process. And the final part is part of our democracy. The Short Life Working Group feels that this isn't part of the democratic process in Angus. It feels more like something which is being imposed on the community, and the true process of PB is being restricted by members. It does not feel that we are on a real journey towards properly embedding PB in regular budget processes, and building the capacity in the council and across communities to maximise the contribution that it can make. I would like to conclude with the definition of inequality, the main criteria for this round of PB. This is taken from the International Encyclopedia of Human Geography, 2nd edition 2020. Inequality refers to the phenomenon of unequal or unjust distribution of resources and opportunities amongst members of a given society. So it kind of makes a mockery of the inequalities being the main part of the criteria. And that's where we'd like to finish. Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Pat. Right, we could ask questions only, no comments, and only directly we were talking about. See, Councillor Bell had a hand up. Councillor Bell.
I did, thank you, and it popped off, so thanks for spotting that. Thank you, Pat and Tom. That was really powerful, and I really appreciate all the work that you've done on the Short Life Working Group and in your community councils, and as representing the group today. Obviously, PB was started in Brazil in 1989 to tackle poverty and a wide range of social issues there. If we're going to make Angus Council successful in our PB going forward, what do both of you suggest are key priorities for us, please? Thanks.
Tom, do you want to go first?
Yeah, I can. On that, I mean, I think it's what I said right at the very beginning. It needs to be a partnership with the community. I mean, the whole point of PB is it's community based. So I think any process going forward, there needs to be members of the community on like we have now. We've got the Short Life Working Group, but I think that needs to be maybe extended a little bit more moving forward. But it's certainly about the big part of it is partnership and communication, rather than the process being started and then it gets filtered down. I think that the community really needs to be in at the process right at the very beginning and put their ideas forward, because at the end of the day, that's what it's about. I hope that answers your question.
I think it needs to be more equal in the fact that we weren't given opportunities to put forward projects, and we weren't given a constrained budget to apply through. So some councillors were being told that the maximum would be 3,000, and then you come to the process of helping sift through all these applications to find that there's very much more. Applications are huge, so the little people are not going to have any opportunity to get their votes through because there's no waiting for the little communities.
Okay, thanks very much for that, Pat. Does that answer your question, Councillor Bell?
Yeah, I think good foundations for going forward. Views that I had as well. We need to get this right for people. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hans. Sheila. You're still muted, Councillor Hans.
Yeah, I got there. Thank you. Sorry, I'm having some sound issues today, so apologies. I've missed the introduction in terms of the Short Life Working Group. Were you reviewing the current process? I'm assuming that's the case, but I just wonder, from your review, did you come up with a number of solutions? I suppose Councillor Bell has kind of asked a similar question, but given that I'm assuming you were involved in the process in some way of this year, because initially when I did catch a bit of what you were saying, I actually thought you were quoting comments that we'd actually raised as councillors at the last committee meeting when this came up, because a lot of what you're saying yourselves is what we've been saying as councillors for the last 2 or 3 years or so. So your comments come as no surprise. But I just wonder, do you have a list of solutions that you can share with us?
Tom?
Yeah. We could come up with a list. We have made some comments. The reason we've gone with it this way is to make it more understandable in how the process is working in terms of how the charter for PB. We thought that way it might sound like it's a report, but we thought it would be better to be understood going through the points of the charter, so you can reference back to the charter to see what our point is. And that the bit I made about some comments listening to the last meeting, there was some comments made which sounded possibly just maybe taken the wrong way. They just sounded a bit negative about the work that the short life working group were doing. We were only brought in quite just before the actual process had already been put out. And basically our job was to start to rifle through all the applications. And I think we should have been brought on a lot earlier to help form the process.
Okay, thanks for that, Tom. That's a good idea. Pat Small, Pat?
Yeah, the criteria were completely flawed, and we need to be better at identifying exactly what the criteria for applications are, so that people that are sifting through the applications have a better understanding of where each application should fall.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, Councillor Hunt. Right, Councillor Speed.
Yep, thanks, Provost. Thanks to Tom and Pat for coming along today. Certainly raised a lot of the concerns that, you know, I've certainly raised, as has others around this table. And I thank you for the work that you've done within this piece of work. I just wondered kind of when you were raising perhaps some of these issues during like the process, during the meetings that you were having, I mean, what was kind of the responses? Was it too late to do anything to change it, to make it more easier, more accessible and more transparent and more clearer? Or do you know, what was the feedback when you were raising these issues?
We were told that the council elected members had already made the decisions, and that we had no leeway in the timescale that we have to change anything that was actually proposed or delivered.
Okay.
Just say on that question.
Yeah, go on, Tom.
Yeah, some of the issues that were raised. The big thing was the timescale. The timescale was far too short. I mean, we did ask to try and bring some points back to one of the other meetings, but there wasn't time. And the such like so, and to actually try and influence the process to change some of the things that are wrong with the process, it was just too short of a timescale. I mean, as you can see now, if the decision is made today, it's all going to start rolling out next week. And we only started this right at the very end of August, beginning of September. So we've had a very short time to even get everything together for everybody to look at all the proposals and everything. So to make any changes at that point, the time frame was just too short. And that's why we've said in partnership, moving forward, we need to be involved in the process a lot earlier. And what Pat means by, I think, or the council has already made the decision, the actual how the process was going to be run and everything had already been made, and then we were just given, this is the process, and can you put this out for applications? I do know from the last meeting, some of the councillors mentioned about they weren't told about it, so they can filter it down. I totally agree with that. It should go out to everybody as soon as possible, and that was another short thing because the time frame for people to put projects forward was very, very short. But obviously, again, we couldn't influence that.
Okay. Right, thanks very much for that, Tom. Are you happy with that, Councillor Speed?
Yep, thanks, Provost.
Thank you very much. Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Provost, for your comments. How would you suggest that there could be a better balance between urban and rural? Because when I look at the schemes, there's a lot that's there for the boroughs. There's not a lot there in the rural areas. Did you see applications from there? Did there seem to be a dearth of them? You know, how would you suggest that we can get that better?
Well, initially we didn't get any information out in the rural areas. It didn't come through community councils. It came from whoever was distributing it. It didn't come to the local people. There was no communication with local people until the week before the applications were due to be actually looked at and assessed.
Thank you.
I'll just comment as well. Last time round, the Forfar and Kiddie locality went down the route of using the local community council areas, and the money was fairly distributed between each community council area in the Forfar and Kiddie area, and it was the job then of that to be assimilated out to all the different groups, and that's what the community councils did. They contacted all the different groups in their area and got the message out. And if you look at the figures from 2019 and this year's, the amount of things, Forfar and Kitty is way and above the area with the highest amount of applications again, and there are quite a few from rural areas within the Forfar and Kiddymere area. So I think maybe it's some way of maybe that kind of model again of getting the information out there is either through community councils or other community media like the VAA or whatever, or even just giving it to local councillors to contact these groups. And I think that's what we need to look at, is the model of how it gets communicated out, especially to the rural areas, so they can get involved. Some of them, they just feel like they're not being communicated with.
Okay,
Thank
you. Councillor McMillan Douglas.
Provost, thank you. And thanks to Tom and Pat for this work. I'm very interested in what was said about Forfar and Kiddymere and the local areas doing relatively well there, although I'm quite confident not well enough. This was largely actually because, without wishing to be stupid about this, because I rang up all the community councils and made sure they were informed. So, and wonderful volunteers did things at very short notice, and my goodness, those volunteers are due fantastic credit, including Pat in Newtown. But the question I wanted to ask was how widely you, Pat and Tom, were able to consult with other community councils across Angus so that you feel your recommendations do really reflect a fairly widespread view.
I think the opportunity for every community council to get involved in the members, the small working group, it was put out to everyone. It's that the local councillors, the local community councillors in our area were more forthcoming in being able to engage with the process. There was a very few came from the wider community in Angus. It seemed to be more from our area that actually people were probably feeling unjustly dealt with, and the reason they wanted to come on was to make sure the process gets developed further for the next round.
Sure. Okay. Thank you.
Can I just come in as well? I think the other reason why we haven't had so many community councils from other areas, because when we did it in 2019, the other areas went with a different model, and that because they were done through the local outcome improvement groups last time, and as our local outcome improvement group, we decided to go down the community council road by giving it the option to each individual community council area to contact all their groups. And I think that's one of the reasons, because the other areas use a different model. I think they didn't realise that you could do it the way we did it in Forfar and Kitty, so it's not gone out to the community councils as much as it did in the Forfar and Kitty area.
Okay, happy with that answer, Councillor McMillan Douglas?
Very good start. Thank you, Provost.
Thank you very much. Councillor Durno, for your growth.
Yeah, thanks, Tom and Pat. You've kind of answered some of my questions already. I wondered if you found that because of COVID, some of the community groups weren't back up and running properly at the time when it came out, and the application was quite short. I did actually find out on something like the Thursday night, and the application had to be in by the Monday or the following Thursday or something. It was only about a week. And the community workers that I had been working with in Arbroath weren't aware of the timescale and how fast things were moving. So I just wondered if you found that as well, you know, especially with maybe elderly groups that don't go on the internet. I mean, they rely on a community worker telling them what's going on. So is this something you came across?
Very much so.
Yeah. Sorry, Pat. Go on.
On you go.
Yeah, I think it possibly did. It'd be interesting to see if we could find some evidence for that. I think that possibly could have been an idea of COVID, and that causing a problem with some of the groups not coming forward. But it wasn't the other reason. I think the main reason is it was such a short period. I know the first thing we did at our first meeting as the Short Life Working Group was to ask for an extension, and we got an extension for a week. Which to try and get the message out as much as possible. But I think it possibly could be COVID, but I think it was just the fact it was such a short time frame. People just didn't have the time to get their application in.
Yeah, totally. Good idea.
It was poor communication all round. Yeah.
Right, thank you very much. Councillor Devine.
A very quick question. You know, you've been involved with this process, and I know that Tom certainly was involved with the last one. And you, Pat, as well. I wonder if you could say when you think this process should actually start next year, because you're absolutely right. It has been sprung on people, and although there's a lot of participation in it, a lot of organisations have come forward. I'm sure that what you want, which is much more involvement earlier on, has to start much earlier on. So could you put some kind of timescale on that?
From a personal point of view, I would say we should be start looking at next year's now. I mean, really, I think the earliest time frame we should look at, once the budget has been put forward for next year and we know how much money there is for PP, I think that's when the process should start. As soon as we know what the budget is, we should start getting the message out there and start preparing. So we've got a longer time to make sure we've got all our ducks in a row of how the process works, how we can get people involved in voting and get the message out to as many groups as possible.
Okay, thanks for that.
I would also like to say that if you publicise the actual end results and the amount of people that have all the different applications that you can vote on, why don't we do a bigger campaign at the start of it so that people actually know what the process is all about? I don't think the general public has any idea what participatory budgeting is and how the other people can get involved.
Yeah, okay, thanks very much.
Very good.
I'm conscious of the time, folks, because we're coming up to the 3-hour rule. And I'm going to ask in a couple of minutes that we suspend standing orders and adjourn for a 15-minute break and come back. But hopefully we'll be able to do agenda item 14 before we do that. So I've got Councillor Whiteside and Councillor Salmond.
Could we just confirm that members are happy to suspend standing orders for the meeting to continue with?
Yeah, I mean,
my comment is regarding that, Provost.
Yeah, are we happy that we suspend standing orders, you know, in due time, so as we meet the 3-hour rule?
Agreed. Provost, could I please make a comment on that?
Yeah.
Yeah. The reason that we ask for approval to carry on is because 3 hours is a long time to be sitting in the meeting. Now, I do agree that we should try and continue for a while and get through the agenda as good as we can, but I don't think it should be open-ended. I think we should agree on a firm finish time, and if we don't manage to get through the agenda by then, agree to carry it forward, because we can't give proper consideration to members and officers' health and well-being if we're having meetings that last for 6 hours or more. I think we'll have a clear cut-off time if we agree to carry on with the meeting.
Well, what I'm asking, I take that point noted. What I'm asking for is in about 5 minutes that we suspend standing orders, have a break for 15 minutes, and then come back, and then we'll see. You know, the point that you made, Councillor White, is taken, but we'll come back at the end of that adjournment and play it by there. So that's okay. Right. Yeah. Councillor Speeder, is that an old hand, is it? I think so. Councillor Salmond?
It is.
Yeah, thank you, Provost. I just wanted to thank Tom and Pat. They've actually raised quite a lot of important points, which I'd actually like one of the officers to address. I think it's important that we hear from one of our senior officers. So I appreciate, and we might want to do this after we've had our break that you're proposing to do. So I think the Interim Director of Communities would like to say some words. So maybe we could do that once we've had our 15-minute recess.
We're happy to do that. Councillor Fairweather, I saw your hand up as well.
Yeah, just quickly, Provost. Right, I'm in total agreement with Councillor Whiteside. These meetings, it's ridiculous that the length of time some of these have been going on. It's not fair on ourselves to do the right to make the right decisions. It's not right for the officers. So certainly, when we come back after the break, we should set a time that if we are not finished, that we reconvene. Thank you.
Great. By the way, I've been going as hard as I can. Right. We agreed. Councillor Salmon, did you have anybody there who want to speak? We've got a bit. I think no, we don't even.
No, I don't think. I think we should wait till we come back after a recess, Provost.
When we come back. Okay, just like to thank both Pat and Tom for their participation. Really, really good. Your participation and participatory budgeting. Well done. Okay, colleagues, we will reconvene at 15:14.
16.
Actually, we are 16:14. 16. 1614. I can't remember which battle that was. But anyway, that's us ready to recommence. Now, one of the things I just want to say to you, in cognizance of what Councillor Whiteside said, I would propose that we continue the business as much as we can, but at 6 o'clock, if we haven't concluded everything, someone's got to propose, probably the leader, Councillor Fairweather, proposed that we reconvene the meeting, suspend standing orders and reconvene the meeting at a later time and date to be agreed by all. Now, I'm not going to do what we did last time and give a day, because remember, we changed it about 3 times. I think what we'd do, we just say convene by all, and then we can go around emails and get the most suitable date. Okay? Right. Agenda item number 14. We heard the comments from the 2 people who gave a deputation, and we now go on to participatory budgeting. And then maybe ask Alison Smith if she would like to introduce this. Alison? Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, happy to do that. First of all, thank you to in terms of the input that they gave us. At the risk of repeating myself, what I said in September, I and others in the team are very aware that the process has been less than perfect. I noted back then that we were learning from that. We were picking up on all the feedback that we were getting, that both from elected members and importantly from the Short Life Working Group. And already we start to think about how we learn from that and how we make improvements to that for the future. Our new service leader, Audrey Meekie, who's just joined the team last week, is actually observing this meeting today and has already started picking that up with the team. So I hope that provides assurances that that we are absolutely listening and looking to improve. Where we are at the moment is we recognise a very short timescale since the decision was made in June to bring this forward. And that, going back to what the Chief Executive was saying at the start, we've tried to do that in the time possible alongside staff sickness and absence, etc., and bring forward something today that we hope reflects the many ambitions of communities and those that were able to apply and put in those applications. And I'm glad that we were able to extend the deadline. I'm glad we were able to share the information as far as we could. We know that did not reach everybody, but the numbers of applications that have come forward, I think, is a testament that there are many communities with good ideas and ambitions. So the recommendations from the working group today, 2 members for consideration that will go forward to the public vote. We have extended the period of the public vote to try and make that more inclusive, to try and find other forms, bearing in mind still some of the restrictions around trying to have the events that we would have had in the past, etc. So just to try and find other ways of doing that, for example, through using the mobile libraries and other events that are on the go to try and make sure that as many people as possible have that opportunity. So the report is reflecting the criteria which and the scoring of applications from the Short Life Working Group and recommending those they suggest go forward today.
Okay, thanks very much, Alison. Question to see, we've got one there from Councillor Cheap. Councillor Cheap.
Thank you, Provost. Alison, just on this, I think you can tell from listening to Tom and Pat, and I think from the groundswell from elected members that people aren't happy about this. And is there any merit at all from suspending it for this year? Because I know there's a lot of projects that have been put forward, but there are many people and groups who aren't even aware of participatory budget even happening and being given enough notice to bring this forward. And I wonder whether it's, is it actually fair to carry on with it when people have actually almost been excluded from it through lack of knowledge and lack of awareness on it? I'm guessing that's probably going to be no, but I want to just raise that and say, well, why don't we carry it forward to another year and double the pot or whatever? because I think it's so flawed this year again for the second year in succession of doing this, that we cannot, as a council, have a third go at this and get it wrong next time. So I hear what you're saying about learning from this. We hear that all the time out there in the big wide world. Everybody learns from mistakes all the time. But we really can't afford to get it wrong again as a council. And I just wonder whether it's right to carry on this year with this, because it is so flawed.
Right, Alison, we heard what you said, Councillor Cheap, and I think that message got across loud and clear. But Alison, if you'd like to reply, I don't think you did actually, but
I think what's important to remember is in terms of the participatory budgeting process, it's not really about small grant pots. That's what we have in front of us this year. But really where we're moving to is we're not going to have a fixed budget for that. This is about mainstreaming that process. And we really want to get to that stage through the work that we do and the proposals that we develop for that over the coming months. What we have at the moment is in response to the decisions that were made in June and being able to allocate that money this year. But we won't be repeating that ring fence pot. So we would really just be pushing that back further and not allowing us to really get into that discussion about a mainstreaming process if we were to delay this further. I think also in recognition of groups who have brought forward projects and ideas and the work that's gone into that, it would be right to consider those at the moment. And we are also working with those who have not been recommended for approval to look at other sources of funding.
okay, thank you. Thank you very much for that, Alison. Councillor Hines.
Yeah, I suppose my question's kind of in a similar way to Councillor Cheap. However, I'm just conscious of the fact that we've now got another round of COVID funding applications on this agenda as well. And it kind of something similar is happening there in terms of the organisations that are putting forward bids versus ones that are not. And I do wonder if you cross-reference where all this money's going this year, there definitely are going to be winners and losers. And I totally and utterly accept the constraints in which this whole process has been undertaken as well. It's not an easy process. You're trying to build on experience from 2019, and let's face it, who would have built on that foundation? Because it was pretty sugary at the time. So the process this year was never going to be easy. Add COVID on top of that, it's kind of the poison chalice that Alison, you and your team have inherited. But I just wonder whether we can look and cross-reference who is and who's not benefiting from all the sources of funding just now in the community and not just participatory budgeting.
Alison, can you answer that question? Maybe a tall order.
Perhaps a tall order, yeah. I mean, where possible, so where we have sort of some control or knowledge over funds, we can have funding goes and which groups are successful from a number of sources. And where we can do that is obviously where we're administering funding, and we would have more of a record around that. There may be communities, however, that are tapping into other funds that are available, and we just may not know about that. So it probably would be incomplete to be able to say X amount of money to certain groups. Absolutely recognise that there are groups who are very skilled in applying for funding, finding out about funding more than others. We're continuing, we promote all funding opportunities through a variety of channels. And we did try to push out certainly the PB information through the community councils, through the third sector interface and the collaborative, etc. But we can't always get to everybody. So I don't think we'd be able to have a complete picture, let's put it that way.
Okay, thank you for that, Alison. Honest answer. Councillor Speed.
Thanks, Provost. Yeah, I support some of the comments that were made there, just in terms of some of the overlaps in funding from this and the next report in terms of the COVID monies. But I also just feel a bit uncomfortable that that we're even being asked as elected members to agree these projects, because, you know, that's not something that we were involved in before, and I don't believe that we should be. This should be kind of completely public led, and it should be the residents of Angus that are deciding each step of the way what projects are successful and what go through to the kind of final vote. So yeah, that does make me feel uncomfortable that we're even being asked as elected members to take a decision. And I just wondered if there was some explanation as to why we were involved at this stage.
Yeah, I honestly think that we're kind of ratifying what the public are wanting, but Alison, do you want to come back on that?
Yes, so just referring back to the initial report back in June, which set out the process, and that included bringing these recommendations forward.
Yeah, okay. Thanks very much. Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Provost. Yes, I have to disagree to an extent with Councillor Speed. As Alison has said, there are some groups who are very skilled but applying for funding, whereas others are smaller, not as skilled, not as well versed in what they need. And I think that the councillors should be providing the checks and balances, making sure that the funding is where the funding should go, not who's the best one that's applying for it.
Okay, that's a good point. Thank you very much. Councillor Macmillan Douglas.
Thank you, Provost, and thank you for letting me speak twice, although I'm not sure if this is quite the same session as we had before.
Different thing.
Yes. I'd certainly be very opposed to not awarding the money this year. I think we all accept this wasn't a perfect process. As Councillor Hand said, the pandemic didn't help it, and it started a wee bit late. But this went through council in, if I remember, June. We all knew it was coming. Councillors had a responsibility to ensure their areas knew about it. And frankly, if they didn't, I don't think they should start blaming others. As far as I'm concerned, some areas worked incredibly hard over a 2-week period to bring forward worthwhile projects. Now, I don't know if those are the projects that have been accepted or not, and indeed the vote hasn't taken place yet. But a lot of work was put in, and therefore I think we've got to go with the process for this year. But of course, we've got to make it better for next year.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Macmillan Douglas. That was more a comment rather than a question. Councillor Whiteside.
Thanks, Provost, and thanks to Alison for explaining about the way the process is going to be changed next year, and we're going to be mainstreaming this and scaling up, and obviously we are going to be aiming for 1% of total council budget, so it has to be a completely different method. So I think this year we have to work with what we've got at this stage. There are a couple of questions I've got. There was some discrepancies in that project that met the criteria in some areas, didn't seem to meet the criteria in others, which I found a little bit odd. So that was one thing. Like others, I've got some concerns about waiting for rural areas. I think we need to create a level playing field so that all projects have an equal chance of getting voted through. And like my concerns in paper 5 earlier, some projects will never reach the rural areas because of the nature of them. So it's just about that equality and bearing that in mind.
Okay.
That's my issues with the paper. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Whiteside. Alison, do you want to come back on that at all? One or two questions.
I'm going to invite Helen Reid, who's been working with the Shortlight Working Group in terms of the criteria and the question particularly around why some projects are approved and rejected, and it might be the same project, and Helen could give you more detail on that.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Dundall.
Okay, thanks, Provost. I was glad, Alison, to see that the tap for the beach was on the board for monies. because we are looking at another summer, and I'm glad that that's been there for the tourists coming. And I think if we're doing projects that, as Lois said before, things that people want, this was something that people wanted, and I think asking for a participatory budget and what people want is a good idea, and this is one that's going to be a big help for families down at the beach. Thank you.
Okay, well, that's again a comment. So comments that seem to be ended on questions. Councillor Devine. Lynn.
Councillor Bell has been thrown out of this meeting and is desperately trying to get back in. And she wanted you to know that.
Okay.
And also, I think Helen Reid is going to be speaking.
Who is?
Helen is here and is able to answer the questions from Councillor Whiteside.
Go on, Helen. Please go on.
Thank you. I think one of the papers you've got, the appendix, is the terms of reference for the group. So in terms of the assessment of the applications, all applications were assessed 3 times by independent assessors, all of who have had experience of either PB assessments or other forms of assessments, for example, in Leader. When the group came together, we did see that there was anomalies throughout, and that's what happens when you have humans assessing. People come with different experiences and different interpretations, and as Tom mentioned before, the criteria for the next time when the lessons learned is to be more specific within that criteria. However, the group as a whole looked at all those applications that seemed to be had the anomalies, and they were happy to put forward the ones which they have, mainly because it highlights when you have sort of independent assessors and they're looking at things quite differently for it there. That's the whole nature of bringing in other people, your representative of the communities, to have that different perspective. So the Short Life Working Group were quite happy, and they were content themselves. I think the words that were saying that through I'm looking at their note here, through discussion, the Short Life Working Group were content with the different decisions in different localities and are happy to put this through as a menu for approval from committee.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Helen. Are there other comments? Councillor Boyd, sorry.
Yes, Provost, and it is a question, so as I've got a comment. Okay. Yeah, no, I've listened to the debate in great length. I partly agree with what Councillor McMillan-Douglas said about we should all be involved, but I also then partly agree with Councillor Speed saying that we should be letting the officers get on with it. I thought the officers should be getting to the people as well, and we shouldn't be in it. And I suppose the logic I'm looking at is a bit like national lottery funding. In the end of the day, it's the poor people that actually don't get the same amount of these grants to them because they're not as eloquent as they are. So it's that balance between council involvement or not. I don't know there is a solution to it. So you are both right. How does that sound? The other one as well is back to the situation that I think it's good news that we now have Audrey in place. Audrey, I'm back in the country. In fact, I never left the country, and I know you've been trying to contact me, and I've been meaning to email you. I would love to have a chat with you at your earliest convenience so we can discuss this budgeting situation as quickly as possible so we can get the best solution for Carnoustie District. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Boyd. Councillor Braze.
Yes, a brief comment, Provost. I will remember when Brechin was the pilot project for participatory budgeting, not long after I was elected, and Councillor Nicholl and myself attended many meetings as observers to do this whole sort of new process. And when it came to voting day in the City Hall in Brechin, Councillor Nicholl and myself were there. I think Councillor Miles was there too. Councillors Devine and Duff were certainly there. And there was an absolute buzz about the hall. And I really thought, yes, we're onto something here. This is what it's about. And that's never really been replicated again. And I don't want to be too critical of officers in this, and certainly not on this year's participatory budgeting, because, it's been an absolute disaster having to try and do all this on the back of COVID, and with overworked and overstretched officers. So I quite understand that. But I guess my comment is, we all know that we've really got to raise our game on participatory budgeting, because this is the direction of travel. There's got to be more money. We've got to get to mainstreaming. And, as I say, we've got to raise our game. Thanks.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Brace. You're absolutely right. Councillor Boyd, hand still up. And Councillor Brace, your house is up. Councillor Stunnock, comment?
Yeah, thank you, Provost. I would just like to concur what Councillor Brace has just said there. I went over to Brecon to see how the PB actually was going to function, just for a couple of meetings, Kenny. And when it came to Montrose the following year, he was quite right. Down in Montrose, there was actually quite a buzz when all the people were actually coming in to vote for the various projects, etc. And it was nice to actually have the opportunity to speak to all those who were actually pitching for votes, etc. So there's room for improvement in the whole service. But when I saw it that time in Montrose, I could see it definitely could work. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other comments? Okay. Right, colleagues, the recommendation, do we agree the recommendations in paragraph 1.1 to note and approve?
Agreed.
Agreed. Okay. Right, we'll swing back onto the proper agenda now. Agenda item number 8, Sustainable Energy and Climate Action Plan, CCAP, and Strategic Environmental Assessment. We touched on this slightly before, but I'd now like to ask Vivian Smith if she'd like to say something on that, and then maybe Councillor Ian McLaren. Right, Vivian.
Thank you, Provost. Yeah, this is a really important document, and I'm so pleased to be bringing it to you today, particularly with COP26 going on in Glasgow just now. Angus Council has been doing a lot of work around climate change over a number of years, and Councillor McLaren highlighted some of the examples of that good work that's been happening. But this report, the Sustainable Energy and Climate Action Plan, is actually about how we support sustainable development, environment management, and the transition to the low carbon economy that we want to see for the future. It's a fairly massive piece of work that's been done with some consultants that we brought in called Urban Foresight to help us create that action plan. And they've also conducted a strategic environmental assessment as part of that work as well, which was another task in and of itself. What the report does is it sets out in the links actually to the report the detail of all of the actions that we could be taking forward, but there is a kind of an action plan, a priority action plan that's been pulled together as to what we see as being the kind of next steps around Angus Council's journey in relation to, as I say, becoming more environmentally sustainable and reducing our carbon, etc. I don't want to go into too much detail. I'm happy to take any questions on the report, but the other recommendation in here relates to moving the member officer working group into an overall steering group to try to give, to be a bit more inclusive in that group, and also to give the kind of momentum that we need to see happening now across all of our communities. And for Angus Council to really be leading the way for other businesses as well in its approach to what we call our CCAP.
Okay, Thank you very much for that, Vivian. Councillor McLaren.
Yes, I'm pleased to see the proposed adoption of this into council policy. It will provide a roadmap demonstrating how we in Angus can meet climate commitment through the establishment of a CCAT working group and a community climate forum, where we can work on a climate change and opportunities together. This is another timely report given the hosting of COP26 in Glasgow, and I look forward to the work in protecting our environment over the coming years. Again, well done to all who was involved.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor McLaren. Questions from Councillor Speed?
Yeah, thanks, Provost. Yeah, I just wonder, in light of Mrs. presentation that she gave today and the call for a strengthening of partnership working with the Angus Health and Social Care Partnership, and she obviously touched on Angus Alive and their involvement as well, whether within those recommendations, when it comes to forming the steering group, if that can be considered, and if discussions can be had with the partnership and with Angus Alive, in the hope that they would be able to have a kind of champion, if you like, on the steering group.
Okay, thanks for that, Councillor Speed. Vivian?
Yeah, I'm happy to pick that up and look into that in more detail. I think Mrs. Fagan's approach clearly highlighted the connections between health and well-being and climate change. So yeah, happy to have a look at that, Councillor Speed.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Speed. Councillor Duff?
It's more a comment than a question.
Yeah, go on, Councillor Duff, go on. Yep.
You want the comment now?
Aye, go on.
Okay, yeah, thanks, Provost. Well, I certainly welcome the report. I sit on the climate change MOG and the adaptation the adaptation working group. I will remind you, it was maybe a couple of years ago when the SNP put a motion forward about the climate emergency, so that was kind of timely. In terms of I think we've got to look at adaptation. We have lots of issues in Angus with flooding. We have lots of issues with coastal erosion, and we need to take those on board. We're not going to reverse the changes that have happened over the last decades, and some of the effects of climate change are sort of built in. Whatever we do now, the sea level is going to rise. It's just a question of how much it rises, and that's going to have fairly serious implications along the coast. I think we need to put money in the capital adaptation work. Obviously, the council's done good work with flood schemes in Brechin and now in Arbroath, but I think more will be needed. So that would be the thing. That's the point I would make, and we just need to plan for that. It's all very well talking about it, but we've got to put some money in the budget to deal with this sort of thing. There was also a proposal, I think, last year to put money in the capital plan for things like EV panels on buildings to sort of improve our low carbon position as a council.
Okay, thanks for that, Councillor Duff. We've got George Bowie. Go on, George.
Thanks, Provost. It was just to remind the group that Mrs. Fagan wasn't representing the Health and Social Care Partnership in her presentation. She happens to be employed by the Health and Social Care Partnership in another. So we would have to have some discussions within the partnership about representation on a group and so on. But that's not a problem. We'll take that forward.
I've got my hand up.
Yeah, you're muted. That's you.
I thought I heard somebody else wanting to come in first.
No.
Okay, sorry.
We've got
Audio today is pretty rubbish. Yeah, I'm just wondering if the formation of the new group, one of the areas that they can look at as well is how we incorporate all the issues that we've been discussing into the report structure. And I don't know whether that's something for the new group or if it's something for the governance MOG to look at. But we have a qualities impact, we have a financial impact section on our committee reports. Is it not time we actually had an environmental impact assessment as a standard issue as well?
Okay, thanks for that. Vivian, do you want to come back on comments made by Councillor Hand here?
I'm happy to pick that up later with colleagues around the governance arrangements for that, whether it's through the new steering group or whether it's more broadly from our own council governance arrangements. I'll pick that up, Councillor Hans. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vivian. Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Provost. Yes, like Councillor Duff, I welcome the report. There are lots of issues. There are lots of issues, whether it's from the loss of the Sphinx, the last piece of snow that normally doesn't disappear. It's been there for 10 years and has finally melted, right through to coastal erosion, fluvial flooding. There's many things to deal with. And I agree, we have to put money into the capital budget, but I think we also have to campaign with wherever we can, the Scottish Government, the UK Government, anybody that we can get funding from. I think we have to campaign to get funding in to address these issues. I don't think that one particular source will give us all the money we need. I think we need to be going to multiple sources and saying, this is what we need. How much can you provide towards it?
Okay, that's good stuff. Thank you, Councillor Moore. Councillor Devine.
Yes, raise the issue of an environmental impact assessment for all reports at the MOG. So I think Gavin Balfour was kind of looking at that, but I know he's been terribly busy. So not worry about that. I'm so pleased to see that we do have somebody coming on board, another member of staff to drive the CCAP forward. We absolutely need that. And I agree with Councillor Speed about working in partnership with the Angus Health and Social Care Partnership. Mrs. Fagan didn't say she was representing them, but I think that would be a very good way of dealing with it. I think I couldn't open the priority action plan from my papers, and I just wondered if that could actually be sent round to us. Thank you very much.
My apologies for that, Councillor Devine, through yourself, Provost. And just to pick up the connects that we made earlier with the community plan, the question that you'd raised about should climate change actually be involved with that. And we will work with a whole range of partners there. Yep. So as well as the Health and Social Care Partnership, I think there are opportunities to be working more closely with others. And as Councillor Moore was saying, you know, how we attract in other funding, that's certainly something that we're looking at, not least through our work in Tay Cities arrangements, and our focus on our local Mercury programme is very much about low carbon and clean growth. So I think Angus Council's offering this through our CCAP is a really strong one.
Yes, and just to follow up there, sorry, Provost, I mean, it looks as if some of the financial organisations are actually looking at investing in big projects, so we must be able to plug into that.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Councillor Devine. Councillor Duff and Councillor Hands, I think there's two historical hands up there from before. Are there any other comments? No comments. Councillor Duff, your hand, thank you. Do we agree the recommendation set out in paragraph 1? Agreed?
Agreed.
Agreed. Thank you. We move on to item 9, which is the options appraisal guidance. And I now ask for Mr. Lorimer, if he could lead on that, please. Councillor Sturrock, your hand's still up, by the way.
It's not up, it's just gone up, Ronnie.
Okay.
Robert, how long is this meeting going to go on for? We still have 7 items to go through.
Listen, we've addressed this when we.
No, we haven't addressed it, not to my satisfaction.
I don't know who's speaking. I don't know who's speaking. We talked earlier on. I gave a structure at the beginning, and we'll proceed with that. Okay. Right.
No, well, I still object. Roddy, time without limit here with other things and medicines and that to take. We need to reappraise the whole system of this full council. End of.
Your points are taken, Councillor Sturrock. Okay. And I appreciate what you're saying too. Ian Lorimer.
Thank you, Provost. Mindful of the time. As councillors will be aware, we've had a number of discussions around different projects and options over the last number of months. So I'm really pleased to bring forward this report with what we're proposing is option appraisal guidance that would be applied consistently, across the council when options appraisals are required to be done. It's taken a bit longer to put this guidance together than we'd expected, but I think it's come across from a number of services. The intention is this guidance could be used universally for a number of different types of options appraisal. So from small scale things to very large things. We've deliberately sought not to provide absolute detail of how you would go about the individual components of an option appraisal, but we have set out the framework and the steps and the things to think about and to try and bring that consistency. We've also introduced a couple of checklists just to make sure that the process is robust from both an officer and an elected member point of view. And we would see this, I think the recommendation is that we, conscious there might be some options appraisals that are in train just now, what we're recommending is that we would bring this options appraisal guidance in from the 1st of January. So that's really the background to it, Provost. Really pleased to bring the guidance forward, and we would see it being very useful to where we require options appraisals in future. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Ian. Any questions from Mr. Lorimer? Yeah, Councillor MacDonald.
Thanks, Provost. Page 138, 3.2, as it's detailed in the report, blah, 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 blah. The main lesson learned is the importance of producing options appraisals to support decision making. Management should develop formal guidance for the documentation of options appraisals. It was recommended that management develop formal guidance to the documentation of option appraisals and council and committee papers be proportionate to the nature of decision making being made. What I wanted to know was, how do we ensure that the options appraisals that are used are not biased and produce results that sit so firmly within the loaded remit? So we're using the SMART guidance as detailed in the options appraisal. When we set the agenda of what we want to achieve, I misread the section that I was actually looking at where it's saying it's meant to make us be able to help make a decision. But if the councillor set in the criteria of what the weighting on these things will be, how do we ensure that things are addressed in a balanced or fair way as opposed to the agenda we're looking to achieve? I hope that's kind of clear, because what I'm getting at is, on the previous report on Engels Court, if the agenda that we were setting was to retain to sell the building, say, we would have then set the criteria up to meet that agenda.
Yeah.
The criteria set for the last report was looking to build social housing. So how do we ensure that we don't fall down a rabbit hole of these options appraisals just fitting what the council's agenda is, as opposed to providing a fair and balanced view? Because I'm not sure that's addressed in the guidance document that's been provided to us or the checklist for elected members.
Okay, Councillor MacDonald, I hear what you're saying. I would only say that we've got to trust our officers and take their advice and let me finish and evaluate the information they've given. But Mr. Lorimer,
that's the question I'm asking, Provost. That's exactly the question I'm asking.
Yeah, well, I've just given you a wee answer, but Mr. Lorimer, do you want to reply?
Yeah, thanks, Provost. I mean, one of the things we set out right at the very start of the guidance is about being clear about the objectives, and those objectives should fit in with our council plan primarily. So I would see the setting of those objectives being the really key part to that. So what is it we're trying to achieve? And if we're clear on that, then you have a full examination of what options can deliver on that. I mean, the inference that there's perhaps bias from officers in terms of how options appraisals are done, I'm not sure I would accept. I think we need to be careful about making sure we've covered all of the different options and done that objectively. An options appraisal is, however, and we've made this point within the guidance, it is only ever a guide, and we've specifically stated within the guidance there is a role for exercising judgment, even though an options appraisal might come out with a particular score and a particular outcome. That shouldn't be, I think we've used the words actually, shouldn't dictate the end result. It should be used to inform it. So there's still a place, in my opinion, even though we would follow the options appraisal guidance for both officers and elected members to exercise judgment that the final outcome is the right one. I mean, I think the guidance, if it's followed, should allow us to set out clearly, and if it was something potentially contentious, we might want to set out and have agreed what the criteria would be, have that agreed by members at the start of a process, so that there's agreement on what it is we're trying to achieve before we then go off and assess the options. So I think there is a role here for the professional role of officers in identifying what the objectives are and how those objectives would be delivered. So hopefully that answers the question.
I wasn't inferring bias. I was meaning how do we avoid potential perceptions of bias?
Yeah,
so,
but I think, to be fair, I mean, appraisals, options appraisals, and a point that Mr. Lorimer quite clearly made, you've got to have defined the objective first. If you want to cross the road, how's the objective get across the road? And that's exactly the same. I'm quite conscious of the time. There's other people wishing to ask questions, so I'll leave it there. Councillor Hans, you were the next one.
Provost, mine is kind of related to Mark's question as well, in terms of, I kind of get the idea about the objectives and the criteria, and I didn't have too much of an issue with them in item 6. However, I can't see anything, and maybe I missed it, but the determination of the weighting scores to me maybe needs a bit further explanation as well, because I think Mark's right in terms of again the issue of potential bias. We've probably got a reasonable person test that people would be applying here to think, well, can I see how that weighting's been got at? And I couldn't actually see how the weighting was got at necessarily. If there was a good explanation for it, I would have possibly understood it. But I think the values that you give to something are obviously going to increase or decrease the value of that objective. And I think we need to have some form of robust means of sticking to an explanation of each time a review's done of how the weighting scores were worked out.
Yeah, okay, Councillor Hand, that's quite relevant stuff. And I hear and agree with what you're saying. Maybe a mere explanation. Do you want to come back on that, Mr. Lorimer?
Yeah, just briefly, Provost, thank you. The scoring, we've deliberately within the guidance not set out how a scoring model should be done, but we've given a couple of examples. I think I take Councillor Hand's point about being clear about if we're applying a level of weighting for one thing versus another, what's the logic of that? I mean, I come back to the point of scoring models, options appraisals, they're there to guide. It's not an exact science. There's a huge amount of judgment required. Most options appraisals will contain significant assumptions as well. So, we just need to be mindful of applying the guidance clearly and I guess sensibly. And I think, again, we've made the point about it's about giving a transparency and a robustness to any decisions that are made. So I mean, I agree that any scoring that we use should be clear about why we're applying that in any particular weightings. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Councillor McMillan Douglas.
Provost, thank you. I greatly welcome this paper. Not that I'm, as you're going to hear, don't have criticisms of bits of it, but I think the fact that we've moved over the last few years to have proper forward planning, to have integrated finance, human relations, and other plans is all a huge step forward, and this is really just an extension of it. It's a much more professional way to run things, in my personal view. Having said that, and this is the question, I suppose, I would hope, Mr. Lorimer, that this options appraisal would be used as the basis for discussion. It's not a black box that you stick in a question at one end and you get an answer out the other. In my experience, most of the difference between people in any debate arises from them having different objectives in the first place. So the definition of objective is hugely important. And then the weightings will differ, surely, from subject to subject, and that is implied, I think, in the paper. And there will be debate over the weightings, and rightly so. So my question is this not more of a structure to enable rational debate and discussion rather than a black box?
Okay, thanks for that. Mr. Lorimer, you
can keep it super short on this one, Provost. Yes, the answer is yes. That's how I would see it being applied, as Councillor McMillan Douglas has explained there.
Thank you very much for the points. Councillor Brace.
Yes, just following on from what others have said, I think this is so important. The public elect us as decision makers and not as rubber stampers. And it's so important that they have confidence that that's what we're actually doing. And, you know, I liked Councillor McMillan Douglas's black box thing there, you know. This is a framework and nothing more. We're the decision makers, they provide guidance. We have to be very wary, I think, that whatever the intentions of officers, it would be awful easy for people to subconsciously allow their own opinions to come into these things, and you know, we just have to be wary of all this, and I think this is maybe more a living document than anything. We have to, this is maybe going to be a work in progress for a while as we go forward. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Councillor Brace. Are there any other comments? Okay, do we agree the recommendations in paragraph 1.1 to note and agree, note and approve the report?
Agreed.
Agreed.
Right, we're now going to item number 10. Hang on a minute. I've just been given a note here, time critical reports, which are item 13, Moneyfaith Library, and then the Arbroath courthouse. So these are time critical, so I'm afraid, colleagues, I hope you don't mind if I move on to them. Mrs. Buchanan, I see you've got your hand up.
Yes, thank you for that, Provost. It was just maybe to check with other officers to ensure that there's none other that are time critical, please, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Right. Okay, I think well, Mrs. Buchanan is considering if we could go to move to item 13, and we're talking about the Moneyfaith Learning Campus, the proposal to include Moneyfaith Public Library.
Provost, if we could just agree to vary the order of business just to go to that item.
Sorry.
Can we agree, if members agree to vary the order of business in terms of standing?
Sorry, colleagues. Do you agree that we change the order of batting and go to that item. Are we all agreed?
Agreed.
Agreed. Thank you. Councillor Hans, you've got your hand up. Well, we'll in a minute. Okay, Vivian Smith. Introduce the report, please.
My apologies, Provost, for taking so long to come on. Yeah, this report is really quite time critical in relation to decisions that affect the development of the school rather than the library itself. So thank you for taking considering this report early. There have been 2 consultations that have been carried out now. However, there are other aspects to this that I believe needed further consideration, which was why I've looking for an extension of timing to look at an options appraisal exercise to take forward further investigation of whether the library is best suited within the Moneyfeet Learning Campus or remaining where it is currently.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Vivian. Councillor Fotheringham.
Thank you, Provost. Yes, having read the results of in the report, and I'm not sure how my ward colleagues what their opinion will be of this, but I just wonder, really, I don't think putting the library up at the new school is the right location for it. The school's in the second last street right at the west end of Moneyfeet. It's not really accessible for the elderly, and a lot of the elderly walk at the moment to the existing library. And I wonder, Mrs. Smith, and it just obviously I'll go with what the majority of my Moneyfeet colleagues think, but do we actually have to have the option of the library being relocated to the new school in the options appraisal as a question as an option in the appraisal, or can it be removed?
Vivian.
Yeah, it can actually, if members were wishing to see the options appraisal removed, that would be possible to do that. The suggestion would be that we would take around 4 weeks, something back into the December meeting, but really a decision needs to be made this side of the year if there is to be any move towards moving the library into the new school, because the school has to be procured in the very near future, and you know, delaying this would delay that procurement of the school, and we certainly wouldn't want to do that. I think there are other issues around access arrangements, etc., that perhaps Councillor Fotheringham about the location of the school that I'm not content would be addressed by that. So I don't want to second guess the outcome options appraisal were there to be one, but I think there are other considerations about not just the library but other services as well.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
It's helpful.
Thank you.
Right, Councillor Hans, another Moneyfeet member.
Thanks, Provost, and I'll try and keep this a question because I would like to reserve my right for comment afterwards as well. Vivian, I'm just surprised why this is coming forward, and I hear you're saying it's for time on the back of the previous item where we've got an options appraisal guidance, and yet it's not coming in to the 1st of January, so we've got no guarantee that that's going to follow the same processes at all. And I think we've got a lot of issues that has come up. Sorry, I'll just ask you that question and I'll put my comment in afterwards.
Okay. Vivian?
Yeah, if we're taking forward the options appraisal, then we'll follow the guidance that members have just agreed.
Okay, Councillor Hans, are you happy with that? Or
I'll have a comment afterwards, but yeah,
that's fine. That's okay. Councillor Whiteside.
Thanks, Provost. Yeah, I have concerns about this, and I'm happy for the options appraisal to go ahead, but I really am looking for assurance that the concerns of the library users will be taken into account. I know in the report you've considered 2 consultations, but the first consultation was around the new school, and it's very likely that many library users weren't aware of it. So we must listen to the people. If we're going to carry out consultations, we must listen to the results that come back before making any decisions. And I just wanted that assurance that it would be fully taken into consideration.
Okay, thank you, Vivian. You happy with
Yes,
that?
absolutely. It's important that we listen to consultations. The responses across the 2 of them were very, very close in terms of whether it was, you know, I think probably more people didn't support it going to the school than did over the course of the 2 consultations, and that is something that I'm acutely aware of. As I said, there is the access issue as well. So that's the piece of work that we haven't been able to do as part of those initial consultation exercises. I'm not sure it will, yeah, well, I don't want to second guess the outcome of an options appraisal exercise should it go ahead. We will absolutely listen to whatever the outcome is.
Okay, thanks. And just one final point. I was a bit baffled by the fact that Birkhill and Muirhead Community Council were consulted on the library. While they're absolutely involved in the school, the people from Muirhead and Birkhill don't travel 14 miles to go to a library to use it. So that just seemed a bit bonkers.
Yeah. Okay. Councillor MacDonald.
Yeah, as a resident of Montefieth, Cairnrosty councillor, I just wondered why we can't make a decision today and why it needs to go to an options appraisal, and why this is considered desirable and where the idea came from in the first place. Because I think that if I asked my street, nobody would be shooting to try and walk all the way to the high school to use the facilities. So I just want to know the who, what, why, where and when of this. And actually why we can't make a decision today to say maybe this is not a good idea and we want to keep it where it is.
Okay.
Councillor MacDonald, you can look to move to that decision today if that is something that the council want to do. This is the only opportunity that would be available in terms of putting the library into the school building because of the fact that the school would be being let for development. And so that's why the timing of this is critical to decide whether or not the library moves there. There are some questions around, I guess, making the library facility for the future sustainable for the future as well, I think is something else that might want to be considered in any options appraisal.
Okay, thanks for that. Councillor Laurie?
Not a question, Provost, just comments. Do you want me to hold on?
Yeah, hold on, because there might be some other questions. Councillor Duff?
Protest rather than a question.
But hang on, is there any other questions? Yeah, okay, Councillor Cheap.
Thank you, Provost. Vivian, just conscious, you know, you mentioned it yourself, but in the papers, almost half, rather worryingly, they would actually stop using the library full stop, which is even more concerning, I think, of the whole thing. So the question I really had here was, what's brought this about? It probably touches on to what Mark MacDonald's just been asking. The savings of doing this. What are the savings of doing this, and what happens to the existing building? You know, is there plans for all of that? That's brought this forward to making the move out of central Montefieth into something on the periphery of Montefieth. You know, so that is my questions really, just because we don't want people failing to use the library anymore, actually withdrawing from it altogether.
Yeah,
okay.
There would be no savings attached. Thank you, Provost. There would be no savings attached to this. There is some money set aside in the capital plan for the upgrade of the building, and that would need to be redirected towards the school should the library be redirected there. And what I would say is that in terms of the consultation responses, you're right, it's you know, there are a number of people who are saying that they wouldn't use it there, but in order to kind of look into the detail of the proposals and what would happen to the building, etc., none of that work had been done, which was why I was proposing bringing forward an options appraisal, because of the critical timing in relation to the school. However, if members decide that actually, you know, the library can stay where it is, then that money is still in the capital plan for upgrading that building.
Okay, thanks for that. You happy with that, Councillor Cheap? You're muted, by the way.
Yeah, thank you, Provost. Yeah, and Vivian, thanks for that's exactly what I was looking for. Really, there's no, you know, if it became the decision of council elected members that to retain it in its existing place, I know there's money set aside for capital upgrade. It sounds to me that's obviously the obvious solution. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Duff.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. I think it's for me, it's a question of looking around at what's best practice. When we were looking at the design for the Brechin and Forfar campuses, we looked at similar facilities in other areas, and particularly Perth and Kinross, who have made the decision several years ago, I guess, to locate their libraries in their schools. So if you take Kinross, Crieff, I think Auchterarder, the St John's campus in Perth, that has been done and works well. And that seems to me like a good model. And I think it was suggested with the Forfar campus and probably was suggested too late in the day for that to have been effective. But I think it's good practice. So I think we should at least include it in an appraisal as to whether we could do that. For me, it gives you long-term security, I think, that the library will be maintained in the town. That would seem to me the you know, as cost pressures are going to continue to hit the council, I think it would be certainly worth considering.
Okay, thank you for that. You want to come back on that, Vivian, at all? Councillor Duff's got. No, okay, thank you. Councillor Moore.
Thank you, convener. Sorry, Provost. For me, it's a simple question, and it's probably the ward councillors who are going to be able to answer it. If the library doesn't go to the school, is there anywhere else it can go? Or is it going to sit where it is and then we're going to have to spend money doing the building that it's in up?
I think if I could come in on that, this isn't so much a question about the library, but more should the library be in a new school provision, because the decision about the new school provision needs to be taken just now. However, we will be looking, we are, as you know, members of council have had reports about work that we've been doing with Angus Alive over recent months, looking at transitioning projects. And one of the questions about where the library goes, whether that's in Moneyfeith or anywhere else across Angus, you know, and the other services that are provided by Angus Alive are going to be part of a wider consultation. So it is possible that could transition into something else, with perhaps community involvement.
Okay, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Councillor Moore, okay. We're now going to Councillor Laurie.
Thanks, Provost. I read the consultation responses with great interest, and the impression that I got, and a lot of other councillors have said it today, is that people in Moneyfeith don't seem to be keen on moving the library into the school campus. The main concern seems to be around the location, and I do share those concerns. Currently, the library has quite a central location on the high street, and the school is a bit more out of the way. And I think there are parallels here with a situation we had around the youth club in Moneyfield a while back. When I was a teenager, we had a youth club quite close to the high street, and twice a week it would be packed. And then when they moved it to the school, attendance dropped off a cliff edge, and eventually it was closed because there wasn't enough interest in it. So I think there's parallels there that are worth considering. However, on the flip side, I think it is also worth bearing in mind that the current hours at the library are quite limited, partially due to COVID. I appreciate that. There's maybe scope for extending those opening hours if it were a part of the school campus. And also, if it's purpose-built, there is always the chance that we could have something better than what we had before in terms of accessibility and sustainability and all of these things. Something fit for the future. So there is a lot to consider here. So I'm looking forward to reading the details and seeing the proposals fleshed out in the option appraisal when it comes to us, because there is a lot to consider here. But I do have concerns about the location, and I do have a feeling that people will want to see the current.
Okay, Councillor Hunt, you had a comment? You asked a question. Now you've got a comment.
Yeah. Am I off mute yet? Oh, maybe not. Yeah, sorry, I'm not sure if I'm off mute or not.
Right, we can hear you.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, what there's a few things that I would like members either to remember or to bear in mind, because it's been mentioned the money in the capital budget. I think it's £675. £675,000. That's been in the capital budget for quite some time. And work's been promised on the building for quite some time. And indeed, Police Scotland have been secured as an anchor tenant. So currently they've been based in Carnoustie whilst the works in Moneyfield Library took place. And obviously they haven't, for whatever reason that is. There's obviously been a significant delay. COVID can only be partially blamed for that. So that's one thing. But I think it's also, you know, that's been mentioned by other members. The location of the library on the high street is a really key one. We're talking about active travel and supporting active travel. We've had a couple of climate papers today as well. You put the library up to the school, basically you're either going to be excluding people that don't have access to car travel or have limited mobility totally. Whereas you've got a really excellent bus service, and there's a bus every 10 minutes or so going along the high street in Moneyfield. It's closer to where we've had sheltered housing on the agenda today as well. A lot of sheltered housing complexes in the area are based around the high street as well. This makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. I come back to my qualities comments that I frequently make. You know, we want to make it barrier free, not actually start increasing the barriers. Why would we do that? It doesn't make any sense. And I think my concern is as well, a rushed assessment quite often results in a bad assessment as well. And it might be well intentioned. I've got no doubts whatsoever. It will be well intentioned, but we're expecting to receive that in 6 weeks' time. You know, I don't know if you can actually really look at all the issues within that short space of time. And just turning to the school and the new campus itself, we've had discussions about what the footprint of the new campus will be. We've had concerns already raised about the size of the school. Will it meet future school roles, or will it become too small too quickly? To me, if we can identify a space in the school that can accommodate the building of a library, then I think that doesn't allow for the school to be future-proofed in the future if something else needs to happen in a number of years' time. I think putting all your eggs in the one basket in the school, you're actually causing yourself more difficulties and less flexibility than you might have. So I would like to move that we do not go for the options appraisal, and we take this totally off the agenda and keep the library where it is, so that the most people with any barriers to access, we're allowing them to access it. We're allowing them to do so using active travel means, and also we're trying to reduce the carbon footprint as well.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Hand. That's a motion there. Have you got a signature? Is it Councillor Fotheringham's hand up? You're muted. You're muted.
Sorry, Provost. Yes, Provost, I'll second Councillor Hand's and what she said. What she said is absolutely correct, and I agree wholeheartedly with her. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Whiteside, you had your hand up there as well.
Yeah, I was happy to second as well, but Councillor Fotheringham's beating me to it.
No bother. Right. Councillor Cheap, you I think have still got a historical hand there, I think.
Apologies, you're absolutely right.
No bother. Okay. Right. Right, we've got a motion.
Sturrock's got his hand up. Councillor Sturrock, Provost.
Sorry, Councillor Sturrock, your hand, I didn't see it.
Yeah, just actually a comment. I put my hand up. I'm in totally agreement with the Councillor Hand's proposal and the second by Councillor Fotheringham. We have to get on and get the school done. The library can wait till later. Thank you.
Okay. Can we?
So I was just checking if there's any.
Just where the clerks are checking this. Sorry.
Is there any councillor minded?
Is there any councillors so minded not to support the motion has been put forward by Councillor Hands and by Councillor Fotheringham?
So that would mean that the council was just agreeing that the recommended council just agrees item 1 recommendation in the report and does not agree with item 2.
Yeah. Okay.
So it would just be to note the outcome of the 2 phases of the consultation and to consider the inclusion of the Monifeith Public Library within the new build Monifeith Learning Campus.
Okay. The recommendation then, colleagues, is that 1, we note the outcomes of the 2-phase consultation, but the second was that the motion put forward by Councillor Hands and by Councillor Fotheringham regarding the Monifeith Library.
And there's no need to vote on it, Provost, if it's...
Are we all agreed?
Agreed.
Agreed. Thank you for that. Thank you very much. Right, we'll now move on to the next item, which is item 16, which is the Regeneration Capital Grant Fund for Arbroath Courthouse. Now, I believe, Councillor Speed, you want to say something, but before you do, Councillor...
Thanks, Provost. Just very quickly, if we have sufficient time, Mr. Lorimer's asked after this one if we could look at the COVID report, the COVID funding report, please. And I'll just say that, and we'll obviously see how the time goes.
6 o'clock, but that's fine. We'll do that. We'll do the COVID one after this. Okay, Councillor Speed, you've got something to say?
Yeah, sorry, Provost. I should have declared an interest at the start of the meeting. It just escaped me. But I'm a member of the Courthouse Trust, so it was just to make that declaration of interest and to withdraw myself from the meeting.
Okay, thank you very much for that. The Regeneration Capital Grant Fund.
Provost, can I just ask Councillor Speed to leave the meeting and then have consideration?
Yeah. Councillor Speed, could you then leave the meeting since you made that declaration?
I think she's gone.
Yeah, she's gone. Yeah. Okay. On consideration of what we want to do is if members have questions on the exempt appendix, you see in the green, we should then remove public and press. As before, if you've got no questions on the exempt items, we could then just move straight into the business. Are there any questions on the exempt items? Okay, I take it then, remind you of that, and there is no need to move the public and press. I'm going to ask Councillor Fairweather, Arbroath member, if he could lead on in this. Councillor Fairweather.
I was what page are we at?
I'll get right you on. You're on page 207.
297.
Sorry, 297. Name of specs on 297. Agenda item number 16. We've got Vivian Smith and yourself. Vivian, do you want to start off?
I'm happy to introduce this report, Provost. Thank you. And essentially, members will recall that we'd put forward the courthouse alongside another bid as part of looking for regeneration capital grant funding for Scottish Government. The courthouse project has got through stage 1 of that process, and this is about now enabling this project to go forward into the stage 2 consideration of Scottish Government's thinking about this. There's been a lot more work done on the actual business case, which is clearly on the other paper that's available to members today. But as there's no questions on that, really this is about supporting it going forward for consideration in stage 2. What that means is that if they are successful in getting through the stage 2 application process, the council would then be signing off on the regeneration capital grant. So I have in this report outlined some of the risks around that. From our perspective, an officer perspective at this point in time, the main risk is around the revenue funding, and so we would be recommending to council that we would see more evidence of how they might get the revenue funding arrangements thought through in a little bit more detail before recommending to the council should it be approved by Scottish Government. However, this group is doing an amazing amount of work. They've got a community asset transfer through from the court systems and now have the courthouse. They went from having something like 40 volunteers to over 400 volunteers, and they're looking to increase the numbers of volunteers coming forward. It's a really potentially exciting project on the high street in Arbroath. So that's all I'd have to say about it just now, Provost. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Fairweather.
Thank you, Provost. Yeah, you caught me on the hop with that one. I was only I'd gone forward. I was actually on the green paper, looking at the green paper. I totally agree with what Vivian Smith has said. The amount of work that's going on regarding the courthouse has been absolutely tremendous. I've been down two or three times and seen the work that is going on. So basically, just to cut it short, I would be asking that all members agree the recommendations today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions on this? Any comments? Okay, good. Colleagues, do we agree the recommendations laid out in paragraph 1? Do we agree the report?
Agreed.
Agreed. Colleagues, I've been asked to, for your permission again, to just juggle around and get another time critical item, which is item number 12, which is the proposed use of COVID funding.
Councillor Speed back in, please.
Oh yeah, and Councillor Speed, the clerks are going to get Councillor Speed back in, sorry. But just as a one in order, that's what we're going on. Item 12, proposed use of COVID-19 funding. Are we to that item?
Agreed.
Thank
Agreed.
you. Right, thank you. Right, is she back yet? Do we know? Still waiting on Councillor Speed, sorry, colleagues. Everything. Still waiting on Councillor Speed. Sorry about this. The more hurry, the less speed.
Councillor Speed's back.
Councillor Speed's back. Okay. Thank you very much. Introduce the report. We've got Mr. Lorimer and Councillor Salmon. Mr. Lorimer, do you want to say a few words?
Provost, not really. I think the report's self-explanatory. We had a similar report last cycle, so that I wasn't planning to say anything more.
Okay. Councillor Salmon.
Thank you. I'm not planning to say very much as well. You'll be happy to hear. So I'm really just going to move this report and ask colleagues to agree the projects that are in the report. Thank you.
Okay. Secretary.
I'm happy to second, Provost.
Thank you. Questions, Councillor Cheap?
Yeah, thank you, Provost. That's been allowed questions on this. Yeah, my only questions were just for suitability of some of the items on the list. Maybe Ian, I could ask you just on it. Just bearing in mind that there's COVID recovery funds effectively, I just wondered why we're, proposing using substantial chunks of these funds for additional staff, for example, IT project management and IT service desk. I can see in some bit the service desk because of the backlog of some things, but it just seemed a bit. I'm terribly happy about the idea of just increasing staff out of COVID recovery fund. I was kind of reading the COVID recovery fund as being more directional than that.
Councillor Salmon, or
it'll be Mr. Lorimer. It'll be
Mr. Lorimer, answer the question.
Yeah, thank you, Provost. Yeah, the money has come to us as kind of COVID consequentials, but the council has complete discretion as to how those are used. What we've presented within this report and the previous report was around COVID response, recovery, and renewal. I think some of the projects you mentioned, IT projects there, Councillor Sheeps, I think they would fall into the kind of response and being able to put in place the kind of digital infrastructure that we know that we're going to need moving forward. So although some of the projects maybe don't feel like they're kind of COVID related or COVID recovery, they are very much still part of our COVID response, and in some cases having the kind of infrastructure in place that we would need to respond. But there's no kind of strings or particular purposes that the funding can't be used for, as long as it's within the council's legal powers. We've got pretty much a free rein as to how we would want to use those funds. Thank you.
Thanks for clarifying that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. Councillor Hines, question?
Thanks, Provost. I'm kind of just looking for more reassurance, given we've had a bit of a discussion about this, and I think item 5, and it's Appendix 1, and it's back to the social prescribing application and the test for change. I think, the concern I have, and obviously Councillor Whiteside shared this already, Angus Alive, Angus Health and Social Care Partnership and VAA don't have a great big footprint. And because this is a test for change, I'm hoping with that limited existence within Money Thief and SID law, will the issues that are a Money Thief and SID law still be considered? Thinking in terms of, we obviously don't have the same facilities that some of the other borough towns have in terms of the leisure centres, etc. But what we do have, we've got a lot of huge wide open space. We've got loads of woods, etc. We've definitely got a need for it. That's without a shadow of doubt. So I'm really looking to make sure that the COVID funding will cover the whole of Angus, and it will also look at maybe different ways of delivery within the test of change, and possibly looking at bringing in additional partners in the Money Fief and Sidlaw area to reflect the fact that the footprint for other people for the existing 3 agencies is quite low in our ward.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor Hans. Mr. Lorimer, we'll come back to you.
Thanks, Provost. Probably better to bring in Vivian Smith on this one. I can see she's got her hand up. She knows the detail of it, and she also commented on it earlier in the meeting.
Okay, thanks for that. Vivian.
Thanks, Provost, and thank you, Councillor Hans, for your question. Absolutely, yes, it's really critical that we don't see this as a project about facilities and buildings, but needs to be about the open spaces and how we're working in partnership across the board. This is a potentially really exciting project around tackling him more generally, and I would like to give some assurance that we will be considering what that means for individuals in their homes, as well as, you know, what would be happening within a leisure centre or in an open space for all residents of Angus.
Okay, thank you for that. Vivian, does that answer your question, Councillor Hans?
Yeah, thank you for that reassurance, Vivian.
Councillor McMillan Douglas.
Thanks very much, Provost. I greatly welcome these funds coming as a spin-off from UK government spending plans, and the one which colleagues will know I'm particularly keen on is this social prescribing to help health improvements, and Catherine Lindsay and I have discussed that many times in the past, particularly with respect to Kirriemuir, but of course it's relevant across the whole of Angus, as we've just been hearing. My question to Mr. Lorimer is that will we be carrying out a post-project appraisal, if you like, if we're going to put more money into social prescribing, which I certainly agree with? Are we going to be carrying out checks to make sure it is actually delivering the sort of results that we're hoping for?
Mr. Lorimer.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. Again, it might be that Vivian wants to come in on this one, but I think the answer is yes. We see the investment here, and partners are putting in money as well. We see the investment here as being a test of change, which if it works, and we would want to have measurables on that, we would then seek to actually apply on an ongoing basis, because we're using funding here which is one-off, so it doesn't have a sustainability, and it would need to prove itself. So that would be part of the proposals in terms of, you know, those measurable outcomes and impacts. That can be tricky in terms of, you know, the short time scales that things sometimes can be measured on. But that is my understanding, and Vivian may wish to confirm that is what is intended from this project.
Vivian, would you concur with what Ian said? Excellent. Councillor Boyd.
It's a comment. Okay, are we on to comments now?
Any more questions? None? Okay, Councillor Boyd, your comment.
Yes, I welcome this report. I'm looking at Appendix 6 and mature tree felling in Angus. And Vivian, if you can pass it back up to Kevin Robertson, that the Craigmill Den is in a very precarious state just now. We have a tree fallen that is actually blocking the waterfall, and it has been for a good few months. So I would love that priority there. There was also another tree came down over the paths on Monday. Gardener out at my expense and got it all cut and tidied up and put away. But this is an area that definitely needs one, especially since it's a place that many people walk. So if you could pass that back up to Vivian, I would most certainly appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Boyd. Any other comments? Okay, with no other comments, do we agree the recommendations in paragraph 1?
Agreed.
Right, colleagues, quite conscious of the time, and 7:40. That's 1742, 3 years before the 45. We are talking about agenda item number 10, medium-term budget strategy. Mark Salmon, would you?
Yes, thanks, Provost. I'll be as quick as I can, but I do feel I need to say something on this. So I'm going to move the report, and in doing so, fully support the proposed way forward. And I agree with the major issues highlighted for our concern, namely, 1, any major pay settlement which is not fully funded by government. 2, major increases in energy costs. 3, rise in petrol and diesel costs. And 4, rise in demand for council services. So colleagues, section 5.5, page 182, this sums it up for me. And I'm going to read it out just to focus our attention on it. So it says in quotes, the medium-term budget strategy should leave councillors and members of the public in no doubt about the severity of the challenges the council faces to remain financially sustainable. Angus Council has never faced a more serious challenge to its financial viability than that which lies ahead in the next few years. Significant improvements to the funding settlements received by local government compared to recent years would be necessary to lessen the severity of the challenge, and that scenario seems unlikely. End of quote. That section should focus all our minds about the difficult decisions that lie in front of us to deliver balanced budgets in future years. I would now like to end on a positive and repeat what I said a few weeks ago, that work has already begun on the Council's 2022 budget, and I believe we have identified a clear pathway to a balanced budget for 2022, thanks to the hard work and professionalism of our finance team, led by the Director of Finance, Ian Lorimer. Thank you.
Okay. Question, Councillor Duff.
Yeah, thanks, Provost. It's more I guess, a very brief comment. It is, I think, Councillor Salmon is right. It is a particularly gloomy report, and I will point out the report identifies that we have been cost saving for 9 years. Sometimes we only hear it only started in 20, whereas Councillor King will remind you it's been going for quite a lot longer than that. But yes, it is quite worrying, and I'm not sure that the performance has been that good given reading that report, because it does tell you that we're still in a pretty bad way, and we're still going to have to tighten our belts for some years to come, and we have to be very prudent. But yes, it's quite a sobering read.
Any other questions, comments? Councillor Boyd, question? Comment? Okay.
Yes, I'm glad to be sitting on the shadow group to do with budget, and I listened intently to Councillor Salmon's comments, but they're not helpful to threaten removal of council housing in Carnoustie, as he mentioned approximately an hour ago. That's not a positive way to move forward for what's best for Angus. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Councillor Cheap.
Yeah, just reading through the papers at the weekend, and yeah, it was quite sobering to read this, although it's probably no surprise we've had this for all the years that I've been a councillor in this term. Councillor Salmon, bearing in mind you're now finance spokesman on this, and it was quite clear from the figures that a council tax increase appears necessary, and the papers seem to almost be addressing that and saying that £6 million of would help towards the deficit and the 3-year shortfall after the change savings. So are you saying that you've got a budget is being you're quite far on with all of that? Is that part of your budget? Is you expecting a council tax increase to be part of that?
I don't think you would be expecting me at the moment to comment on the contents of the administration budget. That would be for budget day. I'm sure Councillor Duff's not going to speak about the opposition / Councillor Boyd budget that will be coming forward next February or March. So I think we'll have to wait for budget day and see what the proposals are.
Yep. Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions? Any comments? Okay. Do we agree the recommendations laid out in paragraph 1.1?
Agreed.
Right, colleagues, I'm quite conscious of the time. We've got 11 minutes about, I think. But we'll go on to item number 11, which is the consultation on our plans and budgets, feedback, next steps. Councillor Salmon.
Yeah, I think I'm on again. Yeah.
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah, well, not a problem. No, I'm sure everybody loves listening to me. Not. Anyway, so I'd like to move the report, and I'd like to thank everyone involved in the budget consultation process, but especially the citizens of Angus who took the time to engage in the process and give their views on how they think Angus Council should spend their money. Right away, I'd like to assure our citizens that due regard will be given to these views as the Council prepares its 2022 budget. This year's budget consultation is the start of a regular journey of engagement that this Council will carry out with our citizens to help Angus Council shape future budget rounds around our citizens' priorities. As we progress through each budget consultation, we will take on board any lessons learned to improve, deepen and widen our engagement so that we reach as many Angus citizens as possible. A lot of work was done behind the scenes by Council staff, and I'd like to end by thanking them all for their hard work and dedication in designing this new budget engagement strategy. Thank you, Provost.
Yeah, Councillor Cheap.
Oh, legacy hand, apologies.
Is that a legacy hand, is it? Historical?
It was, yeah.
Any questions or comments for Councillor Salmon? Councillor Hans, is that a question?
Comment, you asked for comments as well.
I said questions and then comments.
Questions and comments. Sorry, I didn't hear the bit.
No, that's okay. Is there any questions? None. Okay. Councillor Hans, give your comment.
It's just to say that with less than 250 people participating, I think there's a big learning curve ahead. And how could you possibly take on board and influence budget decisions on the basis of less than 250 citizens in Angus participating? I do think we've got a long way to go yet to widening access and to ensure that we make it possible for all voices to be heard. It can't just be the ones that are quickest on the keyboard to get an input, and the people that are furthest away from decision making get ignored yet again.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Councillor Hans. Any other questions? Are we the recommendations in paragraph 1.1? Do we the recommendations?
Agreed.
Agreed. Right. Councillor Moore, what was that? Because we are just going on to the final item and we'll beat the deadline.
Yes, I put my hand up to speak comments.
Well, I'm sorry, I didn't see it, and it wasn't clear. And I'm now going to move on to the final item, which is agenda item number 15, which is the Her Majesty the Queen's Platinum Jubilee. Sharon, do you want to speak on it? Sharon Faulkner.
Provost, it's Judith Lynch that's here.
Okay, please then, Judith. Please speak.
I can't get off mute.
There you are, Judith.
Hello, I couldn't get off mute there, sorry. I don't think I've got anything to add beyond the report, but happy to ask to answer any questions that anybody may have. Thank you.
Right, colleagues, you can see the report in front of you and the recommendations there are. Are there any questions for Judith? Any comments? Okay, colleagues, do we agree the recommendations in paragraph 1?
Agreed.
Agreed. Colleagues, that is. Just wait a minute. I'm getting told to do something. Okay. Sorry. You know the items on the Arbroath and Carnoustie Community Trust and Engels Court, we've talked about them, and when I asked, there was no one had any questions, so I take it that these have been dealt with. Okay, but no questions. And that's okay. Councillor Sturrock.
Yeah, thank you, Provost. I would like to apologise for my outburst earlier on. I did not hear the cut-off time at 6 o'clock.
No, it's okay. We were going to do, to see if we met that time, but that's fine. Councillor Boyd.
And I would just like to finish off. Me, Provost, I always like having the last say. I think thank you very much for keeping it to the 6 o'clock with how many? 7 minutes to go. But well done, Provost. That's been a mammoth task, but we have kept it and managed it with before 6 o'clock. Well done.
Thank you all for your support.
Thank you very much, Provost.
Thank you.
Very well chaired meeting.
Thank you.
Bye.